I'm Jeremy Wade. For 35 years, I've been tracking down freshwater monsters.
That is a big fish.
But wherever I look, these apex predators are disappearing.
This is really remote, but even here, the big fish have gone.
For a biologist, that's a wake-up call, a sign that our rivers are in trouble. To uncover what's going on, I'm heading to 6 of the planet's major waterways. I need to mix with the people who live along their banks and test the waters any way I can.
Yes.
My mission? To find out if these mighty rivers really are past the point of no return. By any measure, the Ganges is a mighty river. Tumbling off the highest mountains on Earth, it drops more than 2 vertical miles, then snakes across most of North India before pouring into the sea through the biggest delta on the planet. I have to wonder, though, is even this immense waterway big enough to cope with what's being thrown at it? Recent reports describe a river that's overwhelmed by pollution, disease, and even, in some places, human corpses. It's time to take a closer look. And for this investigation, I'm going to start at the mouth of the river, in a place I've never been. For centuries, this part of the Ganges has been infamous for man-eaters. But I haven't come here to track down a mystery killer. I'm here to find out if the Ganges itself really is dying. The best way to gauge the health of a river is to look at its wildlife, especially what's under the surface. In search of clues, I'm heading to Goshaba, a riverside town with a thriving fish market.
Morola. Very nice. You fry?
Yes.
Big old crab. It's carefully tied up so these pincers can't do anything. Snakeheads. That's only.
Business is brisk, and I'm told the market is open 7 days a week.
I've never actually seen a blade quite like this before. Normally people have knives in their hands. The thing about this part of the world, it is all about fish. Fish is so central to their lives. So if you're going to see anything that's really, really specialised, I suppose it would be here.
Evidently, there's no shortage of fish. But I'm starting to notice something odd.
Right, this is very interesting. This is not native to here. This is a pacu. This is from the Amazon. They're very hardy. It is a very good fish to cultivate. Is this one in the river or in ponds? Okay, right. So they keep them in ponds.
I should be seeing things like stingrays, shrimps, and barramundi. Most people, though, are selling exotic species.
So what they call a pangas is a catfish. Again, it's not native. I've seen these in Thailand. There's all sorts of stuff turning up here. There's quite a lot in the way of introduced fish, which they seem to be farming. So not caught from the wild, but actually farmed.
The more I look, the more aliens I find. These ones are African.
Tilapia, these are everywhere.
I'm right next to one of the biggest rivers in the world, but very few of the fish on offer are actually coming out of it. What this is telling me, I'm not yet sure.
These are ponds that people have dug. they're keeping fish in here. I don't know if that's because it's just easier. Why go out and catch wild fish when you can domesticate them?
Farming fish makes perfect sense. But I'm concerned that the river might not be as healthy as it looks.
Excuse me, have you got 1 minute? Are you going fishing today?
বাইরে যাচ্ছি আমরা
And what fish are you going after?
ভেটকি
That's barramundi, isn't it? Yeah. How many people? Kitna admi?
5 आदमी
Five. So 5 men. And how long? How many days?
8 দিনের জন্য
About 8 days. Okay.
8 days and 5 men sounds like a big investment, but I do wonder about the returns.
Are you expecting to catch a lot of fish?
এখন মাছ একটু কম উঠছে
And you go a long way?
24 ঘন্টা
Just to get to the fishing grounds, these guys now have to travel for a day or more. It sounds far-fetched, but could this part of the Ganges really be getting down to its last wild fish? I'm going to see one of the oldest fishermen round here. Henmuth has lived off the water since he was a boy.
Namaskar. What would you say is the health of the river? Is it harder for you now than when you were younger to catch fish?
নদী এখন গভীর কম হয়ে যাচ্ছে মাছও ঢুকছে
Henmuth tells me he's caught huge stingrays and even sharks.
একটা মাছ 1.5 মণ 2 মণ করে একটা মাছ হবে
Have you seen anything that kind of size in recent years?
বড় মাছের কথা বলছেন তো বড় মাছ আর পাওয়া যাবে না তারা আর আসে না দেশে মাছের জাল
It's not just the giants that have gone.
আর না এরকম নেটের জাল আছে
Henmuth says that for years, fishermen have used nets with a very small mesh, which catch even the tiniest fish.
Think about a net like this, it catches very small fish, and if you do that for any length of time, there's nothing left to grow big.
জঙ্গলের মধ্যে ঢুকিয়ে খালের কোলে ঢুকিয়ে যায় দুটো
The only place left to fish is deep in the jungle. But many who go never return.
এই তো আপনার ঘাট দেয় দেয় তোমরা থাকবে আর ওই মুখি সোজা ওইখানে এরকম উঁচু করলি তো মানুষ কত নাই ভাগ ভোগ গায়ে ধরা বনের রাজা
There's a legend here about a goddess called Bonobibi. She'll protect you from tigers. So long as you come with a pure heart and take only what you need to survive. Although Henmuth has retired, his son Harshit still lives off the river. To see for myself what it's like, I'm going fishing with him.
It's quite claustrophobic when you're coming through the narrow bits. And when you look into the undergrowth, because it's dark under the vegetation, you know, it's hard to see what's there. People have been forced to come more into the jungle because the fish aren't providing a living now, so it's all about mud crabs, and this is where the mud crabs live. It's also where the tigers live, and it's where the tigers take, on average, about 1 person a week.
These tidal waters once teemed with fish, including sharks. But nowadays, the only big predators people talk about are tigers.
I'm used to being the hunter, not the hunted. Here? Just little... more this way. Okay. Yeah.
We've got just 4 hours. This is no place to be stranded by the falling tide.
For fishermen who live here, this is second nature, and they're much more aware of the environment, but I'm not. So I'm having to totally pay attention here, and I'm not really watching my back. More tight, like this. This, okay. This is the first time I've fished for crabs. There we go. First crab.
Harshit says that a few years ago you could haul 40 pounds on a single trip.
Here's one.
Today, you're lucky if you get more than a handful. We got enough for a meal for us, but this is hard fishing, and for what looks like a really, really rich aquatic environment, it's pretty thin on the ground down there. With the tide starting to turn, it's time to get out. Just days ago, someone was killed by a tiger less than a mile from here. I'm relieved to be in open water, but we're still too remote to get home for the night.
Mastore to অনেক কঠিন কিন্তু আপনার কিটা করতে ভালো লাগে
আমার ছোটবেলা থেকে আমার প্রায় এই অভ্যাস মানে প্রায় 20 বছর আগে থেকে আমার এই অভ্যাস এই মাছ কাঁকড়া ধরার পর আমার নেশা
I can't imagine taking this gamble every day. And it's not just tigers. Harshit says he was once robbed at gunpoint.
ছোট খাঁড়ির মধ্যে তো ঢুকতেও হয়
Your father was a fisherman, you're a fisherman. Your sons, do you hope they will be fishermen?
মানে মেয়েরা পড়াশোনা করছে ছেলে ছোট সবে 4 বছর বয়স আমার বাবা মায় ধরেছে আমি এসেছি আর না ছেলে মেয়ে আসবে না
People describe me sometimes as an extreme fisherman, but doing this for a living, that's pretty extreme to me, and the rest of the world never really hears about it. This place, where the Ganges meets the sea, ought to be one of the richest aquatic environments anywhere on Earth, but what I'm picking up is a sense of really dramatic change. The big fish are hardly ever seen, if at all, and the fishermen themselves are starting to disappear. Those that can are turning their back on the water, but those who can't, for them, the work is just getting harder and more dangerous. And for smaller returns, instead of fishing for sizable fish, they're after crabs, they're after things this size. That, to me, is quite shocking. The obvious remedy is to give nature a break. But for many poor fishermen, stopping fishing is not an option. Taking my investigation upriver, I leave the delta and head for the plains. It's in these middle reaches where the Ganges is said to be under maximum pressure. And it's not hard to see why. To find out how it's coping with tens of millions of people, I'm going to India's spiritual capital, the holy city of Varanasi. Hindus believe that if your ashes are scattered on the waters here, your soul will escape the endless cycle of reincarnation and suffering. But alongside stories of half-burnt corpses, I've heard that the sheer number of living people is more than the river can stand. As well as worshippers, Varanasi is packed with tourists. But is the river really as sick as the headlines suggest? I need to talk to someone who grew up here. And everyone I ask points me to Mr. Sharma, a local barber.
मुझे थोड़ा काट चाहिए okay yeah okay
Mr. Sharma has been cutting hair on this exact spot for 60 years, and I've been told there's little that escapes his notice.
What I'm slightly worried about here, I've got these very pointy scissors, just 1/8 of an inch from my nostril. The thing is, there's so many people here. All it needs is somebody to bump his elbow, and I'm minus an eye, and I'll be wearing dark glasses then. I'm just wondering how much change there's been in the river. Nadi mein kitna change hai?
पहले से हाँ पहले से बहुत साफ है पहले थोड़ा रहा इसको बाकी अब साफ है
Okay. It's interesting that he's saying that the river is actually more clean now. बहुत मछली आते हैं.
बहुत मछली आते हैं.
So there are. ज़्यादा कम मछली आजकल.
Same है.
Same. That's interesting. So the word on the street here is that the river's actually in quite good shape. He's saying it's clean, but I'm wondering if that is just in a superficial sense. I think I've got to get out on the water and take a closer look.
I have to admit that the whole place looks a lot healthier than I expected. The only floating bodies I've seen are alive and well. Supposedly, the Ganges has over 140 different kinds of fish, many of them recorded from places like this, in its middle reaches.
I can actually see a fish. I've located one. It's here. It's underneath all this weed. What I'm going to try and do is shepherd it into the bottle. Might even see the bottle as a bit of a sort of a sanctuary. I think it's in there. Here it is. There's a little catfish. That's quite amazing. I've seen quite a few down here, but they're small. Just tip the water out. They're stinging catfish. The sting is actually on the pectoral spine here. It's this little fin here. Quite luxuriant whiskers, tiny little eyes, because catfish don't really rely on sight. It's good to see them here, but generally catfish don't need particularly clean water. And they grow to about this big. They don't grow huge, but anyway, I think it's time for this one to go back. Off you go. So quite a surprise. They're using this as habitat, as shelter. There's bits of broken stone and concrete down there, and the catfish are living underneath. They're living in the cracks. Quite encouraged by that.
My optimism, however, is soon punctured. Just along from me, two men appear to be releasing small catfish into the river.
Why are you putting it?
पुण्य के लिए नेक काम के लिए
Neck gum. So this is for good luck. For
yeah.
and machli kaha se market.
मार्केट
So you buy from the market, and then you come here, and then you let go. So that was me thinking, isn't it amazing? You've got so many fish so close to people. This is the reason. It's nothing to do with. It's not exactly a healthy breeding population. They're being bought in the shop, and then they come here. And I wouldn't mind betting actually that there's other people, you know, knowing what it's like here. There's probably other people come along with a bottle or whatever. They catch them, take them back to the shop. It's constant recycling.
At least the water looks reasonably clear, and with a remote-controlled sub, it should be possible to explore further.
It is possible to see something, so that's quite good. Plastic bags caught up on things. I'm just letting it sink slowly. And it's full of junk. A lot of filth on the bottom. Fishing line. I probably want to keep away from that. I think I might be stuck. That's well and truly wrapped up. There's cord in there, there's a bit of net. I think in water which is as full of stuff as this water here, this unfortunately is of limited use.
Undeterred, I decide to check the quality of the water itself. My container is primed with chemicals that will change colour if there are unseen contaminants. Pink means the river's clean, anything else spells trouble. For comparison, I'm testing some mineral water.
This is a pure water. This is what water should look like. This is the Ganges water. What does this mean? It means fecal coliform bacteria. Basically, the water here is full of human waste.
My test is pretty crude, but I've heard there's a scientist here who monitors the precise amount of human waste and makes his findings public.
These are the latest readings from the river. This one is the fecal coliform count, the gut bacteria. Human waste is where that comes from. If you're going to drink it, you don't want any in there at all. If you're going to swim in it, you want it to be less than 500. 82,000. This is the big problem. And there's nobody really aware of it.
To find out how all this human waste is entering the river and what effect it's having, I tracked down Professor Mishra. the man behind the figures.
The problem is discharge of raw sewage into the river. You have all sorts of waterborne diseases. Cholera, jaundice, typhoid.
Mishra says that every day up to 50,000 pilgrims bathe in Varanasi's waters. Driven by their faith, they run the gauntlet of unseen microbes that cause dysentery, organ failure, and even death.
Has there been any move at all to improve the quality?
Our new government launched a program to clean the banks of the river so they look nice. But this is what we call cosmetic. It appears to be beautiful, looking nice. But what is the reality? Nothing has been done.
So you're saying it is a lack of will?
In fact, I must say lack of political willingness. The engineering solution is there. Funding is not a problem. This matter could be resolved. But they did nothing. Directly, we are being affected.
To point out that the Ganges is unclean is, to many Hindus, deeply offensive. So when a holy man stops me and invites me to join him in the river, I'm in an awkward dilemma. Rather than risk causing offense to anyone, I decide to take the plunge.
I follow you, okay? What I'm going to do, I'm just going to attempt to do everything that he does.
Come on.
Miturja lives a life of religious devotion, following a strict ritual every time he bathes.
Jai Shri Gange, Matar Gange.
Tin bar. Okay.
I hadn't realized that a swim was also part of the deal.
It's actually quite refreshing, but I'm trying not to think of what I'm seeing around me, particularly floating on the surface, and what I'm treading on. It feels very soft and squishy. He was actually taking a sip each time. I might just touch it to my mouth. I don't think I'm going to sip this. I'm actually feeling quite good. I really do feel refreshed and set up for the day. Whether I get a dose of dysentery or worse remains to be seen. I've scarcely dried off when I'm recognized by another holy man. Yeah. Fish, exactly. Yeah. No, I watched you on TV catching fish, and I said, "Are there big fish here?" He goes, "No, small fish here." When you were small, were there big fish here? Yes, there were. Now, no, they've gone. Big fish have gone from here.
So far on the Ganges, I've barely seen a wild fish, and I can't imagine finding any here, where the water is full of raw sewage. On the edge of town, though, someone who looks like he might be a fisherman waves me over.
Yeah? Fish? Mostly, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay here? It's okay?
Fish sometimes use moored boats for cover, but finding anything here is surely wishful thinking. He totally defies my expectations.
Egg, 10 fish. Looking at these fish, you would say the Ganges has got to be pretty healthy. But 9 of these 10 fish are tilapia. That's not a native species. It seems that tilapia are very well established here, and that is probably at the expense of native species.
Like catfish, this hardy African species can tolerate dirty water with low oxygen levels.
What would make me more optimistic would be to see some more native species, some native rohu, cutler, that type of thing.
It wasn't long ago that large fish roamed the length of this river, and I'm curious to know if anyone remembers them.
This is pictures of me with fish, so hopefully it establishes a little bit of cred for me. Yeah, much the... No?
No.
Well, I've just shown him a picture of a marcia. Not here. So I'm going to show him another picture. I won't say what it is. उसका नाम
गोश
is Gonsh. Yes.
जब मेरे पिता मछली मारते थे तो ये मछली रहता
He says his father used to catch gunch, but that overfishing is not the reason they've gone. Gushing straight into the river from countless sewage outlets like this one, untreated human waste is by far the biggest source of pollution in the Ganges. As well as harming people, it's a major culprit in the demise of native fish.
There's quite a smell in the air, and that's probably methane.
As bacteria break down the raw sewage, they use up so much of the water's oxygen that all but the toughest fish die off.
Not very pleasant.
I wouldn't want to fish this foul-smelling water, but it seems some people don't have a choice.
There's a guy actually up at the outlet with a throw net, which seems a little bit crazy, so I'm going to have a word with him. Kuch nahi hai? No fish? This is someone who is very highly motivated to catch fish. When you bring that net in, you are covering yourself with very nasty water. It's all over your clothes, it's all over you. This is precisely the kind of place that fish like. You've got a bit of an eddy. This is the kind of place that food settles in naturally. But the reason you've got that eddy is because this is one of the waste outlets from the city. I think I would draw the line at fishing in a place like this.
The man tells me he spent most of the morning trying to catch a meal.
This is a tilapia. Uska naam kya hai?
है
Yahan bada machli hai?
This small specimen is the biggest fish in his meager haul.
3 hours here for 2 small fish. Is there much work that's harder than that? I don't think so.
Until the sewage problem gets sorted out, huge stretches of the Ganges will continue to suffocate. In the meantime, though, I've heard that a few ingenious locals have found a new way to fish. And I'm told they're not after tilapia. Just half a mile from the sewage outflow, the river is a hive of activity. And my guide Manoj says there's good money to be made, so long as you know where to go.
Fishing near the bridge makes sense to me because the actual pillar of the bridge causes turbulence on the downstream side. So it's a natural place for fish to tuck in. Food will settle there. So if I was fishing, I would be immediately downstream of the pillar.
On the other hand, nobody here has anything I recognize as fishing tackle.
Normally, I look at people's gear and I can understand what's going on. There's a hook, there's a weight, there's a net or whatever. I can see how it works. But I have to say I'm quite mystified. There's basically a load of heavy weights and there's a certain amount of sort of mud and sediment on those. So I'm guessing that drags along the bottom. Are we knocking the fish out with those lumps of metal? I really don't know. So nothing else. Good hook, no? No hooks? Net, no?
No.
I'm bemused. I'm seeing bright silvery things. Ah, now I get it. That is genius. We've got some money. 5, 6, 7. There we go. That's what this is about. These are magnets. He does fish, but instead of catching fish and then selling the fish, you just fish for the money directly.
Manoj explains that pilgrims on their way to Varanasi throw coins from the train as an offering to their river.
कितना पैसा मिला है?
400, 500.
सबसे अच्छा दिन में
He says that on a good day, he can make more than a medical intern at the local hospital. But Varanasi's coin fishers can't hide the fact that the river is sick. And I'm aware that further upstream, the Ganges is soaking up more than just sewage. Leaving the holy city, I head to a place where few tourists care to go. The industrial city of Kanpur. I've hired a driver to show me around because I've heard that this place has some of the river's worst polluters.
This is the tannery district. I'm seeing loads of skins, load more here.
There are several hundred tanneries here.
I'm seeing piles of hides, about 6 foot high.
Kanpur's leather industry is worth around $12 billion a year. But it seems that many of the tanneries are dumping toxic chemicals, mainly chromium, lead and arsenic, pretty much straight into the Ganges.
I smelt this before I saw it. This water is black, and in fact, I say water. I mean, how much of that is actually water? Oh, it just gets really bad when you're close. It's got that methane-y smell of sewage, but there's something else here as well, which really gets you in the back of the throat. The smell is so strong, it's a taste.
Considered holy by millions of Hindus, Ganges water sells on the internet for around $70 a gallon. Among other things, this precious stuff is supposed to heal the sick.
I think I need to follow this upstream.
On my way back into town, I ask a man running a tea shop about the quality of the water.
इधर से ये पानी
ये पानी तो यहाँ का अच्छा नहीं। हर आदमी का पेट गड़बड़ रहता जाता तो पेट का मर्ज, आँखों की रोशनी, सर के बाल.
As well as attacking skin and eyes, chromium in particular is known to cause lung cancer. It's no wonder this man brews his tea with water from a well, not the faucet. But maybe there's hope. I've heard about a man who's actually trying to clean up the leather industry.
Before I find him, though, I come across more dirty water flowing out of Kanpur. This is all on its way down towards the river, apart from some of it, which is taken off into irrigation canals, heading towards farmland. If the water's as toxic as it looks, I wouldn't want to eat anything grown in these fields. Back in town, I meet up with Rakesh Jaiswal, the man who's taking on the tanneries.
The bluish color means it contains chromium.
How does it make you feel, just looking at this?
It's disgusting. On one hand, we worship the river. On the other hand, we make it filthy.
None of this is treated, it just goes straight into the river.
Yeah, this is coming directly from the tanneries. It's a cocktail of deadly chemicals.
Why are people not marching on the streets and saying this is unacceptable, we have to do something? I don't understand.
That's a big puzzle for me as well.
Almost single-handedly, Rakesh has forced 127 polluting tanneries to shut down. But at least as many are still operating.
I am not satisfied. The amount of wastewater is going up every day. Here we can see the pollution. We can smell it. But a few kilometers from Kanpur, it dissolves and disappears. It becomes invisible.
Every day, more than 50 million gallons of industrial waste are illegally dumped into the Ganges. But when most of it dissolves out of sight, how can you hope to catch the culprits? Enter two enterprising scientists. Professor Rajiv Sinha and his student Dipro Sarkar are determined to bring the polluters to justice.
Normally, if you want to find what's hidden in the water, what you do is you take a jar of that water back to the lab, look at it under the microscope, do other sophisticated tests on it. What these scientists are telling me is that you can also get very good information if you go a long way up in the air and you film the water with special cameras.
Rajiv and Dipro have agreed to give me a sneak preview of their new system.
I'm seeing the river, so presumably the cameras are picking it up.
Our super-sensitive, hyperspectral cameras can detect the chemical signatures of different pollutants.
Climbing a little bit further, we're at 1,200 feet.
To the naked eye, the river looks perfectly clean. But within seconds, our specialized cameras see something suspicious.
There's something coming out.
Losing no time, Dipro decides that whatever the cameras have picked up calls for closer inspection.
This is a normal image from the naked eye. We can't see the pollution. It just disappears. But just check on this.
That is so dramatic.
In Dipro's enhanced image, the pollution and where it's coming from are both clearly visible.
Water pollution, normally in a very short distance, you can't see it anymore, so it's out of mind.
Absolutely. Tracking pollution to its source, that's the critical point here. With this whole technologies, you have a visual evidence, and that kind of evidence is very hard to deny by anyone.
You can actually point out that this is the tannery, which is creating the pollution.
So it's real precision, this, isn't it?
The cameras work just as well at night, so it's going to be hard for the polluters to hide.
We know that the technique works in terms of detecting pollution, and that can actually be applied anywhere in the world. This is definitely a game changer.
Innovators and doers are exactly what the Ganges needs if it's ever going to run clean again. For me, though, the best sign of a river's health is its wildlife. And so far, no part of this river has been fit to fish. To find life below the surface, my best hope is to leave the densely populated plains and escape to the mountains. Even up here, though, I've got reason to be nervous about what I'll discover. For decades, poachers have been using pesticides and dynamite to strip this river of its fish. One of the few places left untouched is a deep pool at the base of a cliff, protected because it's next to a Hindu shrine. I'm anxious to see if this pool still has any fish. But access to the water is at the discretion of the temple priest. Certain animals, fish included, are regarded by Hindus as the earthly embodiments of powerful gods. But with the priest's blessing, I'm granted special permission. not to fish, but to send down my remote-controlled sub.
I'm just dipping down to the riverbed. This is how a riverbed should look. That's sand and boulder, there's no plastic. 13 feet. Oh no, that's something came right in front of the camera there. And some more, there we go.
A shoal of native suckerfish is a good sign. But just around the corner, there's something much bigger.
Oh, that's his eye.
If I'm not mistaken, I've just run into an old acquaintance.
That's a goonch tail. That's a goonch tail with several of these suckerfish around it.
Goonch can be notoriously hard to catch.
And there's another goonch. There's three wedged in. No, there's not, there's 4.
Over 35 years, I've only caught a dozen. And here are 4 of them, right in front of me.
This is probably 50 or 60 pounds.
Seeing top predators is encouraging. It means there must be plenty of smaller fish too. But this is just one tiny pool in a largely unprotected river. Even up in the mountains, most of it is a free-for-all. Not far from the shrine, though, is a place where fishing might actually be part of the solution. A small company has bought exclusive rights to a 2-mile stretch of river, reckoning that its fish are worth more alive than dead. Having paid for a fishing permit, I'm anxious to know if one species in particular is still here. I first came to India in my mid-20s because I wanted to catch a fish called the marsia, the most iconic fish of the Ganges.
I thought that was just going to be a one-off trip before embarking on a normal career. But didn't work out that way at all. 35 years later, my quest has changed a bit. I'm here now with a question: are those fish still here?
Like other kinds of carp, the marsia is an omnivore.
When I used to fish for carp, I used to concoct all sorts of baits. Like one way to test them was by seeing if I liked them.
This is millet flour that's been made into a paste and then boiled, so that's quite a hard bait.
It's a bit bland. Here we are, the land of strong spices. This is quite a mild taste. It's a bit like sort of porridge or something like that.
So that's the bait ready.
This short stretch of river is a world apart from the main channel.
People talk often about the restorative power of water. There is something about water, it's not just vital for our physical, biological health. We need it for our mental well-being. Clean water, it does lift the spirits. It's hard to believe that this is the same river as the one that flows through Kanpur. Downstream, it is a dead river in so many places, and that just shouldn't be acceptable. This is the Ganges as it should be.
But as evening draws in, I start to wonder if the marsia will remain just a distant memory. it's running.
There it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. See the fish? Yeah, it's a nice fish, it's a nice fish. We have it. Let's get a proper look at this. Wow. That has to be a good 25 pounds. And it's like a bar of gold. I mean, just what a beautiful fish as well. And this isn't just any fish. This is the iconic fish of the Ganges. Here it is, the health of this bit of river embodied in this one fish. It symbolizes possibility, it symbolizes hope. Amazing fish.
It seems that a big river can take a lot of abuse. But eventually, you reach the point where it dies. How close to that point is the Ganges? In spite of everything I've seen, finding its two biggest predatory fish, the gunch and the marcia, gives me some hope that it's not yet too late. The Danube has an unusual claim to fame. Welling up in Germany's Black Forest, it runs east along the edge of the Austrian Alps, swings south across the Great Plains of Hungary, then cuts through a dramatic gorge to enter its final phase. And by the time it emerges from Romania to empty into the Black Sea, it has flowed through 10 countries, which makes it the world's most international river. But delving into recent reports, I'm surprised to see that the Danube is also ranked as one of the world's most endangered rivers. Now, Europe has stringent environmental laws, so to find this, of all rivers, on an at-risk list, that really is quite disturbing. Go online, and the Danube is sold as a river of romantic cities and picture postcard scenery. But it's time to look beyond the castles and cruises and find out what's really going on with this mighty river. I'm starting my investigation in Romania, at the less glamorous end of the river.
This is the mouth of the Danube, what people here know as Mile Zero. Behind me is the Black Sea, and over there, if you keep following this shipping channel, is a vast delta.
The Danube Delta is one of the largest wetlands on Earth. It's a vital refuge for endangered wildlife. Birds flock here in their millions. And its waters are reportedly home to 84 species of fish. If there's one part of this river that ought to be in good shape, it's here in the delta. St. George is supposedly the main fishing hub for the area, but it feels completely dead.
This place was built with money from fishing, and in its heyday, I guess it would have been thronging with people, but now, pretty much a ghost town.
Something here doesn't add up. A healthy river should be able to support a thriving fishery.
Bună. Hello.
Oh, salut.
Salut. Hello.
Nico.
I got Jeremy.
Oh,
Are you fishing now?
yes.
Okay.
Morunul se prindea în Marea Neagră. De când au interzis pescuitul.
Nico tells me that until recently, people here used to hunt a huge and very lucrative fish. Beluga sturgeon can grow as big as a great white shark and live for over 100 years. For millennia, they've been caught for their meat. What makes this fish so valuable, though, are its eggs, better known as beluga caviar. Today, people are willing to pay more than $4,000 a pound for this ultimate luxury. But beluga sturgeon have become so rare that it's now illegal to catch them.
So is this why there's not many fishermen here today?
Problema este deci că mulți oameni au plecat din sat.
Because of the sturgeon ban, a lot of people just left. Since the ban, he's had to adapt, and so what he does now, rather than fishing off the river mouth, he's fishing for other species.
Nico agrees to let me tag along. As well as seeing what's in his catch, I want to find out what the story is with the Danube's few remaining beluga sturgeon.
We're very close to the bank because out in the middle there's very strong current. The fish tend to hug the bank. They don't have to expend so much energy to hold their place in the currents.
Now, okay. Se leagă.
Okay, that's good.
Morning, I'll be back.
We leave the traps to do their work and travel deeper into the delta. Fishing is a bit like taking a blood sample. If you know what to look for, it can tell you a lot about a river's state of health.
I've seen lots of small fish swimming around, which is a good sign. It shows that there's productivity. There's certainly the basis of a good food pyramid here. I'm hoping there's going to be bigger fish feeding on those small ones.
Despite the promising signs, I'm struggling to get a bite.
Yes, that's a fish. Here we go. This is a pike. Very recognizable. Big toothy mouth there. Quite big eyes as well. They're built for acceleration. The dorsal fin, instead of being in the middle of the back, it's way down by the tail here, so that gives them that quick burst of speed.
But as pike go, this one is tiny. As to the health of the river, the jury is still out.
There it goes.
At least I've done enough to establish my fishing credentials with Nico. He's invited me back to his fishing camp.
Ciorbă de pește, cu pește din Dunăre. Crab.
This used to include sturgeon. Now it's just other species they can find. And this is carp. I can see its eye looking out at me as it bubbles away in there.
Good.
The boiled fish head is better than it looks. My real interest, however, is in beluga sturgeon.
What was the biggest one that you saw or heard about?
360 de kg. Aproape 6 metri avea. Așa, deci cât o barcă.
Right, 360 kilos. That is, I believe that's just a little short of 800 pounds. He says it was getting on for the size of the boat, so I mean, we're talking sort of 15-foot fish.
Da, deci eu m-aș fi aranjat pe un an de zile, deci adică n-aș mai ieși la pescuit.
So you're saying a fish that size now, if it was legal, you wouldn't have to work for a year?
Naturally, hard-up fishermen like Nico are hoping that the sturgeon will make a comeback so that the ban can be lifted. He says, when we could fish for sturgeon, we used to work and we got results. Now we work harder, but with less results. As if to underline his point, Nico digs out an old photograph of another fish, and I can hardly believe my eyes. That is an extraordinary picture. This is absolutely huge. It's a Wells catfish. Nico says he caught the fish about 15 years ago with a rod and line. This weighed well clear of 250 pounds, and it's about 1.5 times the length of him. That is one of the biggest Wells catfish that I've heard about and certainly seen a picture of. I've no idea if giant catfish are still out here. Maybe our nets will spring a surprise.
You got it?
Da. Nothing.
Just a stick. Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
The fishing season has only just opened. There should be plenty to catch.
Nothing in this one.
The empty nets are a real surprise to me, but not to Nico.
Although this is a good spot, he says, year after year, the number of fish is just going down, down.
Nico says the underlying problem is the decline of the beluga sturgeon.
If you stop people fishing for the beluga sturgeon, they're bound to then turn to other fish to make a living, and that's going to increase pressure and it's going to cause a decline in those other species, and that is what's happened, and that is what is continuing to happen. It all sort of makes sense.
To the casual observer, the Danube Delta looks healthy. Below the surface, though, the picture isn't so rosy. What puzzles me is why, after more than 10 years of protection, beluga sturgeon are not turning up in bigger numbers. To find out what's going on, I've pulled some strings. One of the few people in Romania allowed to catch sturgeon is fish biologist Dr. Radu Suciu.
I'm Radu.
And I'm lucky to be invited to join him.
This is the best fishing ground for sturgeon in the whole Danube.
For the last 18 years, Radu has been keeping tabs on sturgeon numbers.
You see how it works? Sides of the net.
Yes,
You see?
yeah, I see that, yeah.
There are two lines. There's a line with floats, there's a line with lead weights. The float line, if you look, it's not on the surface. Basically, this operates right down on the bottom. So where the buoy is, that's about 35 feet of water. The net is about 6 foot deep, but it's the 6 foot on the bottom of the water.
Our deep-set net is well placed to catch sturgeon, which typically move along the river bed.
You are actually the best assistant I've ever had.
Well, there we go.
Adult sturgeon swim upriver to lay their eggs. Our aim today is to intercept baby sturgeon as they make their way downriver to the sea.
Sturgeon are covered with these spiky scoots, so they're very vulnerable to nets. All they've got to do is touch it and move, and they're wrapped up.
Radu can use the number of babies we catch to calculate if the overall sturgeon population is rebounding or still shrinking.
We're pulling in now.
Look at this one.
Native crayfish here. That's proof that we were on the bottom. These tend not to swim by the surface.
Ah, we have a fish.
This is a thing called a pietrar. It sort of means stone. It lives down among the rocks. I've not seen these before. I think we're getting close to the end here.
Yeah.
So this is a saberfish. Probably got caught while we were pulling the net up.
That is a nice fish.
But no sturgeon.
Nope.
I'm a little bit disappointed. I was hoping I would see a sturgeon of some description.
Despite my disappointment, Radu says his long-term records indicate a fragile recovery.
It is very difficult because of the high value of the fish. You know, this is the most valuable animal on the planet. They fished like hell. Before, we had numbers like 8, 12 in 1 year. This number has tripled.
So it sounds like this fishing ban is starting to have an effect. I mean, that seems fairly clear from your numbers.
It will take time, a bit longer than we thought in the beginning, but it will have an effect.
However, with a fish as insanely profitable as beluga sturgeon, temptation lingers. Radu also monitors adult fish using satellite tags. And he says he's got something interesting to show me.
This is a normal track of an adult beluga male. It was coming out of the delta and heading towards this wintering site in the Bay of Odessa, in Ukrainian waters. A track.
Next is a very different track, picked up from another of his tagged sturgeon.
His record is showing that it was popping up here after being immobile for 2 days. Suddenly it came to the surface from 62 meters to 0 meters.
So it's like 200 feet.
Yeah, and then it moved almost straight to the bank, to this village Novofedorivka. And it ended up in Saki at a railroad station. So it was taking a train.
Clearly, this unlucky sturgeon ended up in the wrong hands.
That's very simple, it's poaching.
Thwarting the sturgeon poachers is the job of Romania's Delta Police. And with a bit of help from Radu, I've talked my way onto their next patrol.
Will be 5 boats. All the boats will be in a line 300 meters apart.
Care braconierii nu le lasă să le vadă toată lumea.
Are you armed when you do this?
Yes, just in case we run in some unforeseen event or someone very aggressive.
The next day, we set out to find poachers at the mouth of the river. It's a huge area to search. And to make things harder, the poachers submerge their nets out of sight. Our best hope of finding these death traps is to spread out.
So this is a bit like trolling. This is what I do occasionally. I'm pulling a lure behind the boat. Here, it's just a weight with some crude hooks attached to it. And if there's any nets down there, that's going to snag onto it. They found something.
It looks like a snagged animal.
Păi nu, doar e să tragă, nu asta vreau.
Sadly, this harbour porpoise was unable to free itself.
Its eyes have been pecked out. That's the first thing that seagulls are going to go for. This is what we didn't want to see. There's skin missing from the tail, and that would have been while it's still alive, just trying to get out of the net.
And there's another grisly surprise.
This is dead sturgeon. They take so long to reach maturity that they are just so vulnerable. You kill them off like this and the population just goes totally downhill.
Within minutes, the body count has tripled. There are 3 different species of sturgeon here, all illegal to catch and all listed as vulnerable or endangered.
This is a beluga that's been cut off in its prime. This is the world's biggest sturgeon, and this one met a very untimely end.
This young fish could have lived well into the next century and produced many young. When a species is so close to extinction, every individual is precious.
I don't think I want to have another day's fishing like this. I think it's important to see it once, but yeah, not a very happy day's fishing. there's another fish. Another sturgeon. This one's alive. This one is alive. Fantastic. I'm just putting some gloves on because the scutes are quite sharp. This has been cut up quite a bit by the net, but that's only a flesh wound. But there we go. It's alive and it's going back in the water, away from the net. And that feels very satisfying. That would have been a dead sturgeon not very far into the future. So we have, in our own small way, changed the course of history.
In the past year alone, the Delta police have fished out over 10 miles of illegal nets and set free more than 100 entangled sturgeon. The root of the problem, I suspect, is greed. If caviar suddenly had no value, if people weren't prepared to pay lots of money for it, do you think the problem would go away and the sturgeon would recover?
I'm not sure if it would go away 100%, but at least 90%. You still have guys hunting them for the thrill, but as long as the value is down, they wouldn't risk it.
At this less wealthy end of the Danube, my first impressions were of decline. Decline in its fish.
Nothing.
And because of this, decline in its fishing communities. But mixing with the people who live here and digging a little deeper,
It is a flagship species.
I believe that the beluga sturgeon could come back.
This is going to swim off quite nicely. There is something about being beside water that contains these armored leviathans, which is a world of difference from being beside water that is basically a lifeless drain. What I'm starting to see is there are people who passionately believe that a living river is something worth fighting for.
Leaving the Delta, I'm heading inland. With its historic cities and picturesque countryside, the middle reaches of this mighty river are well known to sightseers. Much less well known, but crucial for my investigation, is another of the Danube's great fish, an elusive creature known as the hukan.
Now, this is a landlocked relative of the salmon, and it grows to the size of a man. But since World War II, this fish has become little more than a memory. It's like a ghost fish. I'm wondering what this says about the river and whether I have any chance at all of seeing this fish.
I'm eager to talk to anyone who might remember the hukan. But apart from the occasional commercial barge, this stretch of the Danube is strangely empty. Hoping to find signs of life, I decide to check out the backwaters. The distant ring of an axe draws me on.
See you. Mies.
Canoe.
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 It's very solid. Are you a fisherman? Are you a fisherman?
Nem, ahol nincs türelmem, nem szeretem, mert nincs hol, akkor nem lehet.
Canoe. Key necklace.
Bit by bit, I start to piece things together. It seems that János and his family belong to a tribe of wood-carving gypsies.
Édesapám azt tanított meg faragni. Apámat meg az ő apja tanította meg.
He says he used to carve boats for fishermen who paid him with the fish they caught from the Danube.
Akkor adtak törpeharcsát, kárászokat, keszegeket.
I'm straining to pick out one fish in particular,
Főzött, halott.
but it goes unmentioned.
Ettünk mindaféle gyerekek, ugye, mert nem volt más.
I think I recognize most of those fish, but have you ever seen a hukan?
Kecsegét kaptunk,
Kecsegét?
ilyen nagyot.
Really?
Ha.
János says that when he was a boy, he remembers seeing large sturgeon. But as for the hukan, he's not sure.
Nincs.
He says, Hooken, they just seem to be gone, but don't ask me. I don't know about these things, ask a fisherman. Before I can resume my search, Janos invites me to try out what he says is his last ever canoe. Where do I sit?
Order.
Here? These days, no one wants a hand-carved boat. This one is destined for a museum.
It's very nice. It's very good.
Kom!
Okay.
Hagyja meg jól!
I like it. It's stable. I'll take it. How much? Hey.
With the hard work done, it's time for a glass of gypsy moonshine. To make room for farms and towns, the Danube's backwaters have almost all been drained. But I've heard about some interesting ponds just off the river. During World War II, dozens of American bombs intended for a Nazi airfield landed harmlessly off target, with intriguing results.
This is a wartime bomb crater. It's a window into the groundwater, which continues from here, underneath my feet, all the way to what we normally think of as the river over there, across this flat, open plain.
But the real significance of all these bomb craters is that they're now a lifeline for many of the plants and animals that once thrived in the Danube's marshy backwaters.
So this is actually a refuge. Bombs are normally destructive, but here they've created something quite important.
Back on the main river, my search for the Danube's missing predator is taking me into more densely populated country. Hooken are thought to have abandoned many of their old haunts because of pollution. But so far, at least, the water seems remarkably clean.
When you're in a city, the sounds that you hear tend to be all man-made. There's voices everywhere, there's traffic. But if you come out here, you can actually hear the voice of the river. And looking down, I'm very much aware of the flow of the river, the sheer volume of water that's passing every moment.
With so much flow, big rivers have an impressive capacity to clean themselves. This, and the fact that there's no heavy industry around here, should be good news for the Hooken. But has anyone here even heard of this fish?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
This is a good spot here?
Yeah, it's actually a famous spot. Budapest city center is one of the best spots in Hungary.
It turns out that Laszlo has been fishing here since he was a boy, and he says there's plenty to catch.
Looks like he's even got something. Do you think he'd show us?
Yes, of course.
What's the Hungarian name?
In Hungarian English dictionaries, they are called nose carp because of that.
So the water here is clean?
Yeah, normally it's transparent. Pollution level is very low. Now there are more predators here.
Do you ever see the Hooken here? Have you ever seen it?
Oh, the mysterious fish. Sometimes you hear a gossip that somebody caught one over there, and then there's another gossip that someone caught one over there. I have even traveled to distant countries to try to catch it, but I've never seen it in Budapest. It will be my dream.
With clean water and no shortage of prey, this stretch of the Danube ticks 2 big boxes for the Hooken. Yet the only place it lives is in people's dreams. What its absence is telling me about the river is still unclear. One thing I'm getting used to, though, is the near constant procession of floating juggernauts.
There's some people doing something in the bank here. We're just going to check it out. Can we? See you.
Hello.
See you.
Egy Imre.
Hey. Mi ez?
Aranymosópad. Aranymosó. Aranymosópad.
I've seen a similar kind of thing in the Amazon. This is gold panning.
Hát körülbelül egy három és fél éve kezdtem el ezt a...
Imre tells me he started panning on weekends as a way to relax. But it seems he now has a more romantic objective.
What he's trying to do at the moment is make a ring for his girlfriend. He started on that project about 6 months ago. He reckons another 6 months, so a year in total, to make this ring. Does she know that you're doing this?
Nem mindig tudja.
So, right, so she doesn't know. So where does she think you're going in all your spare time?
Nem mindig tudja, mert ezt titokba tartom előtte, és...
She knows that I'm a gold panner, but sometimes I also tell her I'm going to see my parents or something else. There's a little bit of subterfuge going on.
At first glance, Imre's search for gold has no connection with my search for the Huken. But in fact, the presence of both depends on the precise flow of the river. Huken dislike water that's too sluggish, and so does Imre. He needs the current to be a certain speed to carry the gold particles downstream from their source.
There's lots of specks, but they are tiny. They are tiny, tiny.
What makes Imre's task extra difficult is that nowadays the flow of the river has become unpredictable.
Igen, ez a része a Dunának alkalmas a mosásra leginkább.
He's saying there's a dam that's gone in upriver, and since that happened, it's just changed the river. The panning spots have changed.
By next week, the precious gold could have been carried somewhere else. Dams are built for many reasons, not least to improve navigation. But by changing the river's natural flow, I wonder if they're making life hard for the Huken.
If you were just an ordinary person, you're looking at a river you think is exactly the same. But if this is what you do, you know that something's happened. You don't even have to know about the dam. You just know that something's happened to the flow, and it has to be the same for the fish too. We don't understand enough about them, but if a dam can so change the flow of a river that somebody panning for gold can detect it, then the Huken have got to be affected. They are indicators. They indicate that we've done something to the river that I need to understand.
Maybe I'll find the real thing in neighboring Austria. I'm going to a place that was once at the heart of the Huken's range. Superficially, there's not much wrong with the Danube here. And on close inspection, it looks better suited to Huken than anywhere I've seen so far.
It's narrower, but it's also faster, the water's clearer, and almost certainly there's a higher oxygen content. Now, from my knowledge of the salmon family, it's this kind of water where they're much more likely to feel at home.
Huken are active sight hunters that thrive in clean, fast-flowing watercourses. That's why their presence is a kind of gold standard for a healthy river.
This is a nice little bit of slack off the main push. I mean, the main current is running very, very strong and fast. But in here, it's the kind of place that fish might be lurking. What I'm trying to do is let the lure sink to the bottom and then just twitch it, let it sink again, twitch it, let it sink again, twitch, sink.
One thing that can't be blamed for the Huken's absence is overfishing. As a species, Huken have never been commercially exploited. And here, at least, recreational anglers are required by law to put them back. Since nothing is biting, though, I decide to ask around.
What fish are you after?
Pike.
For pike?
Hecht.
Ah, hecht.
Yeah.
Have you fished here on the Danube many years?
Yes, yeah.
Since long?
Yes, little boy.
Yeah. What about Huken? Do you see them at all in the river now?
Es gibt Huchen, aber ich kenne mich nicht so aus bei Huchen. Aber ich habe einen Freund, der züchtet Huchen.
He says he's never seen any huken in the river, but he's got a contact who sounds intriguing.
You have a friend who's a specialist?
Yeah.
Can you give me his name and maybe how do I find him? So his
Fischer Josef.
And where is he?
Rossatz.
Okay. So that's just down a little way here. Yeah. Right, thank you. No fish, but some interesting information. It seems I need to go and speak with a certain Mr. Fisher.
Maybe I'm actually going to see the Danube's elusive ghost fish.
Hello, nice to meet you too.
The aptly named fishers are eager to show me something very special.
Look at that. What an amazing fish.
For decades, huken have hardly been seen in the Danube.
Just so fantastic. I've never seen huken before, and here they are. They're almost in touching distance.
What we do here, we're keeping them.
Joe and his dad are huken fanatics.
We use them
For years, they've dreamt of re-establishing a wild population in the Wachau Valley. This irrigated pond holds their precious breeding stock.
That's nice. Here we go. There. Look at this. I never thought I would get to hold one of these in my lifetime. That's a very, very rare fish. And they are just magnificent.
Breeding and raising baby huken is a time-consuming business that costs the fishers a lot of money.
The fact that you are doing it as private individuals, purely out of interest and passion, that really is something special.
Definitely. If we don't do it, nobody else is doing it.
Bringing the huken back would be extraordinary. But for that to happen, don't we need to understand why it vanished in the first place?
So this big decline in the huken, why do you think that was?
The biggest problem is straightening. In the 17th and 18th century, the government wanted to do shipping a little easier, and now it's a huge problem.
Starting 300 years ago, it seems that large stretches of the naturally winding Danube have been radically re-engineered.
Here, let me show you.
Oh, wow. That's really dramatic. A surprising amount of change.
Right here, it was ideal for huken. There's a lot of bends and curves. When you go further, you see that all the gravel banks and bends are lost. They were the most important thing for the huken to breed.
So it's a conflict between navigation and the breeding of the huken, and by improving the navigation, it has almost destroyed the breeding conditions for the huken.
Definitely, correct.
Remarkably, though, I'm told that some of the engineering that destroyed the huken's breeding grounds has now been undone. And for the fishers, this is creating a unique opportunity. When the Danube was straightened for shipping, side branches like this were sealed off. But several have now been reconnected, and these revived backwaters make an ideal nursery for young huken.
The temperature right here is perfect. It's very clear. There's no waste from ships. Plus, there's no fishing allowed, so they can grow up here very safely.
Just as important, though, is that the Danube's reopened side branches also have the right conditions for adult huken to breed.
Successful breeding for huken is about the structure of the riverbed. They need gravel in order to breed. The thing about gravel as opposed to mud or silt is the spaces in between. This allows the water to flow around the eggs, bringing that all-important dissolved oxygen, without which those eggs would just die. If you straighten the river, if the flow is too strong, it washes away those gravel beds and you lose the fish.
When I first tried to pick up the trail of the Huken back in Hungary, I never imagined that I would see one actually in the waters of the Danube, and here I am, not seeing one, there's 30 or 40 in front of me. This could be the beginning of something very significant. If the Huken story teaches me anything,
good luck,
it's that a tightly controlled river is not wildlife friendly, no matter how pretty it looks. The whole process of control of the river by humans is something which has continued and accelerated even until this day.
The thing about rivers is that they're restless, writhing creatures. They keep changing their course, so we lock them in a straitjacket. But the fish don't always like that.
Further up the Danube, though, lives an exception, an aquatic invader that's wreaking havoc. In its upper reaches, the Danube is more than 1,500 miles from the sea. But I've heard that this part of the river is being overrun by a saltwater invader.
Oh, there we go, something just pulled. Oh, yes, I've got one.
It may look cute, but according to reports, it's a destroyer.
This is a thing called a round goby. This shouldn't be anywhere near here.
The goby's natural habitat is on the shores of the Black Sea, amongst rocks.
This interesting arrangement of the pelvic fins, that is for sort of holding itself to a rock.
To find out more about these tiny invaders, I've arranged to go fishing with biology professor Jürgen Geist.
Nice to meet you. You will need rubber boots and special gloves.
So these gobies, how do they get here?
By ship ballast water. They hump in water and automatically suck in eggs or larvae or even adult fish. And when this water gets released at those upstream sites, the gobies enter these areas.
So basically right down in the mouth of the river, they're taking in water just to create stability for the boat. That then comes up here, they let that water go.
Yes.
But it's not just water, there's lots of other stuff in it as well.
Exactly. There are very few fish that can easily move from salt water into fresh water, but the gobies can cope very well with fresh water.
Today, we're fishing both sides of the river, starting along one of the rare stretches of completely natural shoreline.
We will do some electrofishing in this really shallow area.
Okay.
Jürgen's net is in fact an electrode that shocks the water with around 800 volts, enough to stun any fish within 6 feet. My job is to scoop them up before they recover and swim off.
Here we go. You got them?
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't take long to get some fish, and I'm curious to see what's here.
This is really interesting because within this natural stretch, we really exclusively got native species of fish.
So no gobies?
No gobies, only native fish, including this trout. This is a young fish, so this habitat is extremely important for the reproduction of those native fishes.
So where are all the gobies?
The opposite side of the river is also shallow. The big difference is that the bank here is man-made.
In between those boulders, those are the spots where they are hiding, okay?
Using exactly the same voltage, we quickly fill our bucket with stunned fish.
You can see,
yeah.
They really come out, all of these...
And they sink, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
The question is, how many of them actually belong here?
Out of all the fish that we caught here, there's just one single native species.
That's a chub, isn't it?
Yes. But this is totally dominated by gobies. We find all size and age classes, from the really big adults to those very small ones. This is ideal habitat for them.
The tight-packed rocks along the banks hold the river in place. For native fish, this straitjacket is an alien environment. But for the gobies, it's home away from home.
I have noticed a lot of these banks. How much of the Danube are we talking about?
More than 90%.
So what effect does this have on the native species?
Within the last 10 to 15 years, the entire food web of this upper Danube region has completely changed.
It's such a dramatic difference.
Hundreds of miles of man-made banks are allowing the invaders to proliferate. And worse still, they're gobbling up the eggs and young of native fish. What I need to know is whether there's anything here that eats gobies. Dusk is often the time when predators stir. And there's one in particular that could be very significant.
Just a few feet out, you've got an area that's about 20 foot deep. It's the kind of place where you'd expect to find larger fish.
When I think about fish that might be unaffected by man-made banks, my mind turns to a beast that can grow bigger than a man. It's a fish that guards its nest, so any gobies after its eggs would end up on the menu themselves. If it is still here, then I, for one, will feel a flicker of hope.
Here we go, here we go.
Yes! Yes!
I've got the drag really tight because I don't want the fish running. I just want it, this is strong gear, I just want to get it in. Ah! Oh God, still there. It's in close, it's in close. There it is, there it is. Here we go, here we go. This, I'm very pleased to say, is a native species.
The Danubian or Wells catfish is an eating machine.
This is the apex predator of this part of the river. And thinking about those gobies, they would just be perfect snacks, not even bite-sized snacks. They wouldn't need to bite them, they just suck them in.
For me, though, this goby eater is doubly significant.
In most of the big rivers in the world now, you won't find iconic species in the main rivers. You've got to go to very remote corners on the river systems. So to get a decent-sized Danubian catfish from the Danube actually feels very good.
Perhaps more than any other river in the world, the Danube is one continuous picture postcard. How could anything possibly be wrong? But looking under the surface, what you've got is a very complicated story. This is far from a natural wild river. What makes me hopeful is the continued presence of the beluga sturgeon, the hooken, and the Danubian Wells catfish. That these are still here, still clinging on, is testimony to the fact that this is still a living river. The Yangtze is by far the biggest river in Asia. According to scientific records, its depths conceal hundreds of aquatic species, including some seriously large fish. So why, in a lifetime of monster hunting, have I never been?
More recent reports from China paint a really grim picture of the river. Dead fish, industrial pollution, all the needs and demands of millions of people. Even its unique freshwater dolphin has been allowed to vanish. But are things really that bad and that hopeless?
Getting the kind of access I want from the Chinese authorities is proving tricky, but I'm determined to see for myself exactly what's going on. I'm starting at the mouth of the river, in what was once a tiny fishing village. Today, Shanghai is one of the world's largest cities and the glittering icon of China's economic success.
I'm having a slight communications problem. He turned to me and it sounded like he was saying go away or something, I don't know. Just eating this makes me think of all human existence. It's all about food, isn't it? It's all about food and it's about water. And you think of the Yangtze, historically, those two things in abundance. But when you concentrate so many people, how do things not collapse? How is it that one river can support that vast number of people? The sheer numbers are just mind-boggling. I believe it's something like 1 in 20 of humanity are in the catchment of the Yangtze.
For millennia, most of China's protein has come from fish. But I wonder how many are actually coming out of the Yangtze today. With Tian, a translator, at my side, I'm heading to one of Shanghai's wholesale fish markets. Although it's well past midnight, deliveries are still pouring in. Instead of the usual stalls, though, there are trucks offloading industrial quantities of live fish.
Lovely fish, actually, really nice. These are grass carp.
Although carp are not eaten in the US, they're a huge part of the Chinese diet. Different carp species have always been the main catch from the Yangtze. But I've noticed something about these fish that seems too good to be true.
They're really nice condition, these fish. Hardly any tears in the fins, the scales are all perfect. What's immediately obvious about all these fish is no way have these come out of the wild. I'm assuming these have been farmed. The fact that they're in trucks, I'm assuming they've been trucked in from some distance. Do you know, can you ask them how far away these have come from?
老板，这个鱼是从哪边运过来的呀？
The seller confirms that the fish are farmed and says they're brought in from 200 miles away. Given the huge demand, I'm not surprised to find farmed fish. But is anything here actually coming out of the Yangtze?
Is this man here a buyer? Is he washer Jeremy? And Ninjing Shenma?
您姓什么？
我姓方，芳香的芳，东方的方。
Most buyers are in the restaurant trade, but it soon emerges that Mr. Fang is here for a different and rather surprising reason.
我们是来救他命的，就是他要人家要买去，我们不救他的。
He is coming here to save the fish.
Yes.
Without saving the fish, those fish will be becoming the food.
Yes.
But with him to be here, he's the saver for the fish.
I can understand that, but what is your motivation? Is this an environmental point of view or what exactly?
他就说，那像您把这个鱼买了，然后去放掉好吗？
Mr. Fang says that if I want to understand, I should come and find him in the morning on the banks of the river. The next day, I learned that Mr. Fang has purchased an entire truckload of carp, and for reasons that aren't yet clear, he intends to set them free.
Fish are being offloaded from the trucks down into the crates, and then the people pick those up, and then off they go to the river.
It's all a bit confusing. I'm feeling like a fish out of water myself.
People always say to me, when you catch fish, you throw them back, don't you? I go, no, I don't throw them back. I put them back very gently. I try and hold them in the water. These ones are sort of getting dropped from a fairly substantial height. Why are you putting the fish in the river today?
您好，您过来今天过来放生，有没有什么特别的原因或者是理由啊？
相信佛教呀，就是自然佛放生。听老法师说，放生就是放自己的命，发慈悲心，我终身平等。我们
Buddhists believe that freeing captive animals brings you merit or good karma.
This is very nice to see, but I don't know. I'm going to have to think about this for a little while. I'm not sure what kind of future these fish face here. They just keep coming, sheer numbers of fish going back. I've released quite a lot of fish in my life, but I've never seen this number of live fish go into the water.
Today, they're liberating more than 16,000 fish. Street value around $20,000.
Freedom awaits. Off you go.
It's time to get out of Shanghai. The fastest way of traveling in China is by bullet train. 200 miles inland, I'm curious to know if the mighty Yangtze has any wild fish left. I'd never heard of Wuhu before I came here, but it's bigger than Chicago. Down on the waterfront, some fishermen are using a very basic method. The line is simply tied to the rod tip. There's no reel. Without a translator, I do my best to find out what's biting. These tiny sharp bellies are actually fully grown.
Big river, but small fish. Yeah. Right.
这个全劲也不得活了。
Up to you.
哎，都不得活了，
Yeah.
全劲不得活，钓上来就不得活了。
Yeah. Oh, right. There we go. Quite a lot of work to get those. It's quite a good catch in terms of numbers, but what does that tell me about the river here? Lots of fishing pressure. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right, okay. Ah, yeah. Oh, look at this, look at this. I've got two. Two at once. Well, actually a very significant day today for me. I can now say that I've caught a fish out of the Yangtze, as long as nobody asked how big it was. There's a very serious question emerging, and that is, well, this is one of the biggest rivers on Earth, but why are people reduced to catching fish just a few inches long? I'm going to sneak this one back. I'm not going to show him. Thank you.
The Yangtze here is around a mile wide. To see what's living in the deeper water, I need someone with a boat. A few miles out of town, I find a small community of commercial fishermen.
What we got here is like it's a floating village, but you wouldn't know it was here. It's hidden from the river. You could drive past on a boat. You wouldn't see any of this.
The fishermen here on the Yangtze live with their families on their boats for most of the year.
早上好，我可以上来吗？
可以，可以。
谢谢。So is fishing a good job? Is that a good life or not so good?
可是这里做惯了的工作，他反正必须要做。可是叫我们不识字，可是必须要打鱼。
So how is the fishing right now? How is that?
现在条件好了，现在条件我们就现在国家是禁渔。
That was something about this. So it's banned.
我们就捕一个月，一个月捕。
The fishermen tell me that to protect fish numbers, commercial fishing is banned for 4 months of the year.
Is the ban helping the fishing in the rest of the year?
后来觉得这个禁渔是以后我们打的这个鱼的这个收入产量确实是好，几年下来这个产量确实是好。
I'm surprised and encouraged to hear that they appreciate the need for regulation. But I have to keep in mind that what they say could be influenced by the presence of our camera. I stop asking questions and manage to talk my way into joining them on a fishing trip. Once their 400-foot drift net is out, it's a case of waiting patiently and letting the river do its work.
Oh, we've got a stick. Okay, lots of sticks. Plastic bag. It's a bit of a workout, this. Good for your arms, not quite so good for your back. We haven't got it all in yet, but I'm thinking this is pretty slim pickings, considering. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Yeah, finished? Just one. 大家什么？
回鱼。
回鱼。
哎，对。
We've had 400 feet of net sweeping the bottom of the river for nearly an hour, and this is what we get. Are you quite pleased with this, or are you quite disappointed?
可以，很满意。
That's good. This is good for 1 hour. For 1 hour.
很满意，这个鱼要卖到100多块钱一斤。
Wild catfish, such as this one, are prized over farmed fish. They're said to have a better flavor.
Something like $60 for that fish, which is, I was quite surprised. That's a pretty high price, but I think that just reflects the rarity value of them here. He says he's satisfied with that.
To me, the 4-month fishing ban appears to be having little effect. I wonder how many consumers are aware of just how few fish are left in the river. Thanks to fish farms, they're still getting fish on their plates. And if the smaller fish, like carp and catfish, are so thin on the ground, then what hope have I got of seeing this river's predatory giants, the Chinese paddlefish and the Chinese sturgeon? I'm continuing upriver to Wuhan, one of China's fastest growing cities.
When they last counted the number of people here, this was 2 years ago, it was 10.5 million, so that's comfortably surpassing the population of New York City, and it's still growing. You've only got to look to see the cranes, and the skyline is almost growing as I speak.
What effect has this rapid population growth and industrialization had on the health of the Yangtze? I'm here to meet an environmentalist who's dragging the Yangtze's dirty secrets into the open. This is Ma Jun. He's one of China's leading activists, and he's been trying to make China's water cleaner for over 20 years. He tells me that the Yangtze is facing unprecedented challenges.
China is now the workshop of the world, manufacturing not just for our own need, but for the world. And 40% of the total wastewater got dumped into the Yangtze River watershed in China. We're talking about huge volume dumped in our backyard. You know, the pollution problem is getting really, really bad.
Ma Jun tells me that to fight back, he's tapping into China's growing obsession with social media.
This is our app, which is called the Blue Map app. So everyone can take a picture, and our user can upload directly into the platform. And this is the very first time for this to happen in China.
To summarize, really, it's very much about information. It's getting that information out there and people acting on that information and no longer having the excuse of not having any information.
What makes Ma Jun's app so powerful is that from the images he receives, he's able to follow the trail all the way back to the factory that's causing the pollution. But here's where it really gets clever, because he doesn't just tackle the polluters directly. He finds out who the international companies are who are buying goods from these factories and makes them aware of what's happening.
It ended up to be some of the world's most prominent smartphone manufacturers, smartphone brands. And among them, Apple decided to take a very drastic action, requiring that factory to either solve their problem or lose their business.
So this is really starting to work?
Last year alone, these companies have motivated more than 800 suppliers to solve their violation problem.
Pollution can contaminate a brand, can't it? And as soon as there is a whiff of something bad, that doesn't play well for the brand.
Yeah.
So, by harnessing social media and shining a spotlight on big global brands, Ma Jun is slowly turning the tide on polluting factories. But as I continue upriver, I can see that it's not just overfishing and factories that are the problem.
I don't think I've ever seen this amount of shipping on a river, certainly this far up a river. I've been to the Amazon lots of times. There are big boats go a long way up the Amazon, but in nothing like these numbers, nothing like it.
When I look more closely, I see that one cargo seems to dominate. I need to get on board one of these massive barges and find out where all this sand is coming from.
We'll see if I can get it on board here. Can't see anybody so far.
I just hope they don't mind me arriving unannounced.
Hello, hello, 你好. 团长在哪? In here? Is that it? Is that him asleep there? Can I come in? Yeah. How much have you got? 多少是吧？
这个有4600吨这个船。
这个从哪来？
它是洞庭湖的。
From 洞庭。
是洞庭湖前面的。
洞庭湖。
Fed directly by the Yangtze, Dongting is China's second largest lake. And its sand is in big demand from the construction industry. All those bridges and skyscrapers in China's expanding cities require concrete. And concrete is made from sand. The problem is, Dongting is also home to an extraordinarily rare aquatic mammal, the world's only freshwater porpoise. Dongting Lake, now murky with stirred-up sand, has become a battleground between progress and nature.
This is the town of Yueyang. This is right on the banks of Dongting Lake. I'm on my way to meet this guy called He Daming, and he is this sort of self-styled, self-proclaimed protector of the finless porpoises.
He Daming used to be a successful fisherman before his life was changed by a chance encounter.
那时候是2003年，2003年的6月份，我发现了一堆江藤木子，它的下面有一个大江藤，大江藤在顶着这个小江藤，江藤是靠会呼吸的嘛，妈妈顶出水面它就会憋死。
Do you think the mother realized that you were trying to help?
我在那时候那一刻我就感受到了，这就是一种母爱，还没真正觉悟是吧？我就感觉他们这个动物啊有情感，是吧？我值得我们保护。
Mr. Hay was able to save that baby, and along with others, he continues to save porpoises today. We set out to find the species known as the finless porpoise. A huge dredger with its attendant barges looms above us. For any porpoises below the surface, these man-made monsters are a big problem. As well as generating a lot of noise, they also turn the water brown and murky, making it hard for the porpoises to hunt their prey.
Mr. Hay remembers when this water used to be clear. Just look at it now. This is the result of all this digging activity. That's all sand off the bottom of the lake. And when you look at the skyline of all these cities, starting with Shanghai, all that concrete has got to come from somewhere. And it's coming from the lake bed. People have got to have houses.
For the past 10 years, Mr. Hay and his friends have lobbied the government to scale back the dredging. And their efforts have led to a significant reduction in the number of dredges, from more than 100 to just 8. I'm hoping we can find one of the few pods of freshwater porpoises left on the Yangtze.
Yes. Yeah, that was one. That was a splash. I think he's actually almost corralling them. He's almost trying to keep them in this space here. Yeah, oh, here we go. Yes, here we go. One here. And no, I think there might be two. There's two. This is the only porpoise found in fresh water anywhere in the world, so this is an incredibly rare sighting.
It's astonishing that this animal, unique to the Yangtze, is only here because of single-minded citizens like He Daning. Mr. Hay tells me that after they successfully reduced the number of sand dredgers, he's seen many more baby porpoises.
What's interesting is we're now at a point where the porpoises seem to be holding their own, so there seems to be a coexistence between the porpoises and these huge lake monsters.
Thanks to the efforts of Mr. Hay and others, the finless porpoise now has a future. But what about the Yangtze's other rare beasts? Do they also have a lifeline?
As I travel, I just can't help but wonder what it must be like for all the non-human life below the surface, particularly the Chinese sturgeon and the Chinese paddlefish.
These two giant predators have patrolled the Yangtze for tens of millions of years, all the way from the river's mouth to their spawning grounds in the mountainous upper reaches. But today, the numbers of both these migratory giants are critically low. And in the case of the bizarre Chinese paddlefish, it may already be extinct. Scientists have blamed the disappearance of the paddlefish on many things, including overfishing and pollution. But more than anything, perhaps, their fate is being sealed by huge construction projects like this. It's the largest concrete structure on Earth, better known as the Three Gorges Dam. Construction began in 1994, and it took 17 years to complete. Access is tightly controlled by the Chinese government. Very few people are allowed on the top, but I've obtained permission to meet with one of the dam's engineers.
Oh, that's a long way down.
The dam stands 600 feet high and used around 950 million cubic feet of concrete. The still water reservoir above the dam extends for over 400 miles. One reason it was built was to stop devastating floods, but its main purpose is to generate power.
I can feel it feels like the dam is moving. Is that?
It's normal.
It's normal, and it is moving. It's not just my imagination.
Yes. So it's the power of the water.
So that is the power of the water going through. Well, all of these pipes.
Yes.
The huge turbines produce the equivalent energy of 18 nuclear power stations. Although the dam spans the river, the engineers made sure that boats like this cruise ship would still be able to continue their journeys upstream. Like everything else here, the mechanism that allows this is on a monumental scale.
So this is not a lock. This is an elevator. This boat just drove in here. The wall went up, enclosing a volume of water, and this is being taken right to the top of the dam, where it will continue its journey. Amazing. Just the sheer weight of boat and water, and what human ingenuity can achieve.
I wonder, though, what effect this huge dam is having on the river's two biggest fish, which for millions of years migrated to the upper Yangtze to lay their eggs.
All the benefits of the dam. We have the power generation,
Yes.
the control of flooding.
Yes.
But one disadvantage is for the fish. We can't see them, but they are in the river. I'm thinking that the Chinese sturgeon and the paddlefish, the baishun, they can't pass. Are there any plans for any mechanism for the fish, the yu, to go from here to there and from there to here, or not at the moment?
At present, it not have the way just for the fish.
Despite a multi-billion-dollar budget, it seems no one considered the fish.
The construction of this dam, in effect, cut the Yangtze River in two. The lower river from here down to the sea, and then the upper river on the other side. If you're a fish, that is a dead end. And if you're a migratory fish and your spawning ground is the other side of this, it's actually a dead end for your species too.
The first year that the Three Gorges Dam began operating was also the last year that anyone saw a Chinese paddlefish. The question is, does this legendary beast exist anywhere?
The person I've come to see has the dubious distinction of being the last person to see a Chinese paddlefish alive.
15 years ago, Professor Kiwei Wei received news that a fisherman had accidentally caught a huge paddlefish. Rushing to the scene, he did his best to revive the exhausted giant before tagging it and then releasing it back into the Yangtze. But to the professor's dismay, contact was lost, and the fish was never seen again. Not far from the dam, at a government fish research center, Professor Wei takes me to a very plain-looking building.
Where do we go in? Up here?
Where he reveals something extraordinary.
This is really strange.
Don't forget this guy. Not a model. This is a real fish.
This very rare 13-foot specimen died over 40 years ago. It takes a leap of imagination to bring it back to life.
In life, the color is totally different. This nose is just like glass. You can see inside.
Oh, so it's semi-transparent?
Yeah. So beautiful. It is treasure. Treasure.
You believe there are still some in the river somewhere?
I hope. Fully hope. Hope. Yeah.
Professor Wei seems haunted by a fish he last saw alive over 15 years ago. It must hurt him that the techniques used to preserve this one have completely destroyed its DNA. Because without this genetic blueprint, even the most futuristic science won't bring it back. This is a predator. You found fish inside the stomach?
Yeah. Big fish, not small fish, big fish. Predator.
We may have lost the Chinese paddlefish, but for the other prehistoric giant in this room, there is still hope. Chinese sturgeon can grow to a length of 16 feet and bulk up to half a ton.
Oh! This one looks about 10 feet long.
At the research center, Professor Wei tells me they've managed to breed millions of young hatchlings, and they currently hold around 50 mature adults.
They need a crane and a sling to get it out of the water. This is just checking the health of the animal. You've got a very large animal here. So we've got a hose irrigating it all the time, keeping well oxygenated water flowing over the gills. And now ultrasound. So this is the body cavity. This is a bit like a NASCAR pit stop.
In the river, the sturgeon's migration route is currently blocked.
That's about 7 or 8 foot around. Very solid animal.
But in case this problem is ever solved, then captive-bred fish like these could be crucial for re-establishing the species in the wild.
I've got 158 kilos, taking away the weight of the sling. Just under 300 pounds, that fish. And off it goes. It seems like a very big challenge. Do you feel optimistic? Do you feel there is a possibility of these re-establishing?
We need time. The population should recover to the historic level. Maybe next 30 years. If the fish population is healthy, then the river and the environment is healthy. This is very important.
I'm struck by Professor Wei's emphasis on a healthy environment, but so far I've not seen much evidence of this. The scale of human exploitation on this river is like nothing I've ever seen. And as I continue my journey, it becomes clear that the Three Gorges Dam is not a one-off.
Moving upriver from the Three Gorges Dam, the reservoir, the still water, backs up right to the city of Chongqing. However, upstream from there, it's not really natural river. There's more dams. One here, another one here, another one here, another one here. A cluster of them here. There's so many, I don't have space for all these markers.
Today, much of the Yangtze River no longer flows. It's a series of long, deep reservoirs. But it could have been even worse.
I've arranged to meet somebody who is part of a group that a few years ago did something that's almost unheard of in modern China. They took on a force almost as irresistible as the Yangtze itself.
A giant energy corporation backed by politicians was poised to build another dam across the river, this time at a place called Tiger Leaping Gorge. Around 100,000 people stood to lose their homes. But the developers hadn't reckoned on the fiercely held convictions of a small band of villagers. Determined to stop the dam, Mr. Yao and his neighbors kidnapped 5 of the corporation's engineers. In response, the army mounted a siege.
How many days were you keeping the engineers?
3 天.
3 days? Weren't you afraid that this was going to end very badly for you?
但是事情到了那个份上，没有退的余地了。真理在老百姓的手里，他们那边完全是无理的。保护自然，保护这个家园，保护这个大自然，保护环境，这是天经地义的事。你破坏环境，那你就是错的。
During the night, government agents freed the kidnapped engineers. What the authorities announced the following morning, however, was unprecedented.
就解决问题了，就是说，这个把老百姓大多数不同意，我们就不建了，这样发了一个通告，然后呢就平息了。那个时候要是不抗争的话，现在我们可能就是移民啊，难民了。
The victory achieved by these villagers continues to inspire others, not just in China, but across the world.
这个江河，这个大海，这个天，不是哪一个人的私有财产。空气、天、江河、大海是全世界的，整个地球的所有人，我们都应该保护它。
It's hard to imagine all this beauty disappearing under hundreds of feet of water, or the bravery required to stand up to $1 billion construction. But there are reports filtering through of a far greater threat to the Yangtze than even dam construction. The Yangtze rises on the high plateau of Tibet, some 15,000 feet above sea level. Here, the river starts life as thousands of small tributaries. But if the reports are true, the springs that feed the Yangtze are starting to dry up. Buddhism suffuses this land. Its symbols are everywhere, and its rituals are still dutifully observed. Buddhists believe that the river is sacred, along with all animals that live in it. Not one, but 3 major rivers rise in this region of Tibet. The Yangtze and the Mekong flowing south, and the Yellow River to the northeast. I'm on my way to meet Tashi Dorji, a Buddhist and renowned environmentalist. 10 years ago, he started to notice that something might be wrong with the sources of these rivers. He has since galvanized the support of a small army of nomadic volunteers to help him monitor the thousands of streams that feed these great rivers. He wants to tell the world what's happening. What do you do exactly with the rivers? So I understand. So these people, they are nomadic people. So they move during the year, and what they follow the water, and so in recent years, their annual movement has been changing, and so some places that used to have water nearby are now no good to you can't live there because the water is too far away. So if these streams are drying up now, are people worried that that process will continue and things will get worse? This region is like a tap, and what's happening, what you're telling me, is that this tap is slowly being turned off, and that doesn't just affect you. You have not just the Yangtze, but other great rivers originate here.
There are huge numbers of people living along those rivers, and if you add all those people up in China, in India, in Bangladesh, in Cambodia, it's about half the population of the world. And so you have your group of people here. These people are providing early warning for half of the world. Is that what that's what's happening? What Tashi Dorji is shouting from the roof of the world is vitally important to billions of people, but getting his message heard is no easy task. Tashi is eager to introduce me to one of his nomad guardians, who he says will take me to a very special place. As we climb higher into the thin air, following a clear mountain stream, I can't help but think about the journey this water is going to make, all the way down through multiple dams to the megacity of Shanghai. Right now, I couldn't feel further from that place. Hello. Ontsera is taking me to a place that few people have ever seen. One of the sacred sources of the Yangtze. This water, beautifully clear, and when you see it bubbling over rocks like this, you imagine that it's going to be really highly oxygenated, but here that is not the case. This is low oxygen water. The reason being this air is really thin. There's very little oxygen in the air. Even walking up this slight gradient, my legs are cramping and I'm getting out of breath. We're almost at 15,000 feet, and actually, normally I'd be looking for fish. I'm sort of looking for fish, but the Tibetans, they don't fish. Partly it's their religion. It's partly because practically nothing survives in this water. I believe there's 2 small species, and that's it. So this is not really fishing water. The spring is up here at last. The name of this place, of this spring, in the Tibetan language is Pende Gonchuk, which means something like blessings to everybody. If you think about it, this water here is going to make a journey of about 3,500 miles all the way to Shanghai. And on the way, I mean, the significance of this water and the water from all these springs, the lives of so many people that it affects. The prosperity of China. A well-chosen name, I'd say. I give my own blessing to the spring. Is this the source of the Yangtze? It's one of thousands of sources. Saying there is one source sort of doesn't really make sense. There's many, many sources. But it is still hugely significant, as you can see. It's springs like this that Ontsera and other Tibetan nomads have witnessed drying up. It's happening all over this region and could be an early warning for a much greater catastrophe to come. I'm ending my first visit to China with a profound sense of surprise. Surprise at how rapidly the Yangtze has lost its wildlife. Big river, small fish. And at how little is left.
Just one. Just one.
But surprised too at the way people are prepared to stand up for wild animals. You believe there are still some in the river somewhere?
I hope.
for clean water.
We have to take action now.
And for a free-flowing river. China can indeed seem monolithic, but I've found that it has many faces, and that things aren't always as simple as they look.
Some very confused fish here.
It would be very easy to pronounce this river dead, and maybe just as easy to be wrong. When white explorers found the mouth of the Zambezi, they hoped it would be a gateway to the riches of Central Africa. They soon realized their mistake.
It wasn't just deadly rapids or what turned out to be the largest waterfall on Earth that got in the way of would-be exploiters. Around every bend, dangerous animals lay in wait.
Today, the river is still unnavigable and still largely surrounded by wild country.
But as I've learned, in the 21st century, just being remote isn't enough to keep a river healthy. And if recent reports are anything to go by, then even the mighty Zambezi is in trouble.
I'm starting my investigation in western Zambia, where my first challenge is to find the Zambezi.
It might not look like it, but all of this is the Zambezi River. Where is all the water, you're probably asking, and that's a very good question. Right now, it's gone underground, but for nearly half of every year, all of this is submerged.
As the floodwaters recede, they leave hundreds of shallow lakes. The amount of fish trapped in these pools should give me my first clue about the health of the river.
Apparently, the biggest of all these pools that are scattered around is a place called the King's Pool. And I'm told that every year about this time, the king of the local tribe allows his subjects to come along and fish the pool. It's the first time it's fished during that dry season. And what I'm going to try and do is to get myself invited.
I've driven for miles across a seemingly deserted wilderness, but it's quickly apparent that I'm not alone.
It's quite incredible. Just about everywhere I look, people are materializing out of what were just empty plains. There's a lot of people coming.
This is the territory of the Lotse, a tribe that's totally attuned to the seasonal flooding of the upper Zambezi. I'm not sure if anyone here speaks English, but the official-looking tent is probably a good place to try. And it turns out they're expecting me.
Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to welcome you here.
Thank you very
much. We
much.
are delighted to receive you here.
Nyambe Nwenda, the man in charge, has guessed that I want to join the hunt.
I give you this spear today. Whatever you get out of this, it will be consumed by all of us.
Thank you very much.
We wish you good luck.
The locals seem game for the out-of-towner to lose the shirt and have a go. My guide is Chief Mundandawe.
And then we'll scatter, and then the children there will join us.
So I will follow you. I know what's going on.
Yes,
Yeah. All right.
The King's Pool has not been fished this season. Before we enter the water, Lotse tradition requires that we start with a ritual blessing.
How much is it?
Oh, and here we go. Oh! A little bit of mud down there. So So what are we finding in here? What kind of fish?
It's bubble fish.
Okay, so the important thing is to get a spear in.
Yes.
Someone's got one.
A few people are starting to catch fish.
It is a bit like the lottery. I think it is deliberately inefficient. My angler's instincts are all about maximum results, but that is not what this is about. This is about something else.
Following tradition, only the men are allowed to hunt. Boys still mastering their spearing skills fish separately in the shallow end. They'll be able to join the main party when they come of age. Something tells me I'm not the best role model.
Look at that. I've caught a log, which I sometimes catch on a hook as well. Hello? Can I look at your fish? Looks. So it's a catfish, and it's exactly what you'd expect to find in a bit of water like this. They don't need an awful lot of oxygen, so a bit of a pond like this where it's drying out. That's about, what, 4 or 5 pounds, something like that. Very meaty, it's a good meal. And like catfish everywhere, it lives in a world where it's detected a world by vibration. It's got eyes as well, but very small eyes. And there are teeth in there. They're just little teeth. It feels a bit like a file. So that's if it grabs a small fish, it's not going to escape. Thank you.
Now to see how the seniors have been getting on.
Did you catch all of these?
And it's a lot of catfish.
How many have you got there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 5? That's 4 big ones.
4 big ones, yes.
Are you the best fisherman here?
He says, yeah, today he is.
I didn't even get one, so maybe I come back next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
A haul of some 200 catfish from a single pool suggests that this part of the Zambezi is in good shape. But why is the fishing here so haphazard?
We caught a good number of fish, but I'm sure could have caught many more if you just have one net, and with 100 people, you would empty all the fish. So why don't you do that?
Well, it's like eating all your food in the house in one day. You have nothing for tomorrow.
It's quite regulated, the fishing here. So how long have you had this system?
Since time immemorial. It's always been like that.
What I'm seeing here is a rare example of a well-managed fishery. The King's Pool is harvested only a few times a year in a way that allows plenty of fish to escape. And it's the same for hundreds of other nearby pools, all of them owned by Lotse families. But the area where Lotse tradition holds sway is only a tiny fraction of the upper Zambezi. Before I can feel confident about this part of the river, I need to look further. Most of the water here is overseen not by tribal chiefs, but by the Zambian authorities.
Slowing down because there's a guy with a couple of fishing lines out there. Do you have any fish? No fish?
It seems the line fishermen aren't having much luck. And I soon spot a possible reason.
Can we go in? There's a suspicious-looking net there. It's attached to a load of weed.
Continuing downstream, I see more nylon fishing nets. From my experience, these nets can be a serious problem.
Just need some more nets, so just... can we go back a little? This isn't nylon monofilament, this is a woven material, but it's a very small mesh. I can
I can just about force the end of my little finger through that hole. So that's for very small fish sort of 3-4 inches long. And it looks like there's several, many feet of this net. How many meter this net? How many feet? 200. 200 meters? Oof.
A 600-foot net for such a narrow river channel seems like overkill. Alarm bells are starting to ring.
Oh, are these the fish you catch?
Wow. The numbers are impressive.
That's a lot of fish.
It's the size that's worrying.
They are very, very small fish. And what they're on here, this is mosquito netting. Nothing's going to go through that mesh. It's going to get tiny fish.
Most of these fish are young cichlids and catfish that didn't even get big enough to breed.
Lots of different species, but they're all dead. They're all being pulled out. If resources were infinite, that would be fine. But if you do this for too long, you end up with nothing left at all.
According to Zambian law, the minimum mesh size is a full 3 inches. But as far as I can tell, everyone here is ignoring the rules.
Hello, excuse me.
What puzzles me is why these people are destroying their own livelihoods.
That one there.
When I try to find out, I'm told to ask a fisherman called Brian.
I'm looking for Brian. Oh, hello there. Have you got a few minutes?
Yes.
Brian has fished this stretch of the Zambezi for 20 years. He says the problem started when traders from outside turned up. The traders buy all the fish for export, and to meet this new demand, people are catching whatever they can. With no one checking on net sizes, it's become a free-for-all.
Where do you see things ending if it just goes on like this? The fishermen are actually getting quite desperate. They need to turn things round. They need support. And it's got to the point where if they can't do anything about it, the river here is finished.
With no one bothering to stop illegal fishing, most of the upper Zambezi is being allowed to die. Wondering about the rest of the river, I'm taking my investigation downstream, into neighboring Namibia. Namibia is one of Africa's most stable and prosperous countries. Like Zambia, it also has laws to protect its fish. Ironically, though, it seems that the proper enforcement of these laws is creating its own problem.
Hello, good evening.
A problem that these men are trying to fight.
Hello there, I'm Jeremy. Good to meet you, Lawrence.
So successfully are the Namibians protecting their part of the Zambezi that poachers are now coming for their fish.
So these poachers, where are they coming from?
They are coming from this way.
From Zambia?
From Zambia.
For these self-styled fish guards, every night holds the very real possibility of armed confrontation.
So normally do you find people?
Sometimes we find the people.
Is that dangerous for you? Are they aggressive?
They are dangerous.
Yeah.
Because they can using spears.
Do you have any weapons?
Only this one.
So what is this? Paintball, is it?
Paintball, yes.
This will hurt a little bit, but no, it won't do any damage.
Yeah, can't damage.
Yeah.
A single paintball gun against men armed with spears doesn't seem like a fair fight. Our plan is to lie low and wait for the poachers to show their hand.
Okay.
We've had a bit of a tip-off. There's 3 dugout canoes, and apparently they're coming into this arm of the river. Right, and what we're going to do now as well, we're going to turn off the camera light because we need to be in stealth mode. We want to be quiet and we want to be
invisible.
So is it possible that the poachers are near, that maybe they're watching us?
Maybe they're watching us, yes.
I'm starting to wonder, are we the ones being hunted? And now we've got another problem.
We just went pretty well straight over this net. This has immobilized our boat.
A poacher's net has fouled our propeller.
And those small fish still alive, actually.
Our priority now is to free the fish before they die.
What we're talking about here really is theft. It's people coming in and stealing fish belonging to somebody else. We've rescued some of the fish, but it's a small victory to have taken this net out of action.
The rangers will make sure it won't be used again.
So it's 2 long nets. But they actually tell me that that was a fairly thin night's pickings. I mean, some nights they get 4 or 5, which really just goes to show the scale of the problem. And the thing that's really ironic is that the better job they do keeping the fish here alive, the more enticing that becomes to the poachers, the more people want to come and actually take them away.
Every week, the fish guards remove about a mile of cheap nylon net from the river.
It's very clear they're doing a good job here. Fish are getting taken away, but they are keeping on top of things. They appear to be winning insofar as that is possible, but any let-up of this work and this bit of river here is finished.
The Namibians seem determined to defend their side of the Zambezi, but it's a task that'll only get tougher if the situation in Zambia doesn't improve. For around 60 miles, the river forms the border between these two countries. I'm not sure what to expect next. Rounding a bend, I can feel the current getting stronger, and this is the dry season.
I'm seeing white water there, so the old ticker's going a little bit faster at the moment.
This part of the Zambezi is certainly wild, and the water looks clean. But the best way to judge the health of a river is to find out what's actually living in it.
Hang on, there's some guys here. Ken, can we go in here? Yeah.
There are fishermen on the bank.
It looks like I don't know, they might be setting these, they might be, oh, there's some stuff in the water here as well. Some stuff in the water.
I'm intrigued to see what these Zambian fishermen are after.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm well. Jeremy?
Jeremy, Sililo.
Good to meet you, Salu.
You too.
Are these yours out here, these baskets?
Yes, they are mine.
What fish are you after?
Upper Zambezi parrotfish.
Parrotfish. Is that a big fish, a small fish?
Small fish, about this size.
Right.
Solilo informs me that parrotfish are especially prized for their fat, which is used as cooking oil.
How long does it take you to make one of these?
In one day, I can make 4 of them.
4 of these?
Yes.
How many years have you been doing this?
I started since I was 7 years.
And how old are you now?
Now I'm 37 years.
So nearly 30 years.
Solilo sets his traps to catch the parrotfish as they migrate upriver to their breeding grounds.
You're gonna stand on this side.
Okay.
If the current pushes you, you can able to lean on the wire.
Since they're weak swimmers, parrotfish often get washed backwards into waiting traps. But even when it's low, this water can knock you off your feet.
I've just found out what that is for. These traps are potentially very dangerous for people. If you slip head first, even feet first, inside that funnel, you'll get just pushed to the end, your head is under the water, your partner has to take this, cut the rope that holds it. Otherwise, you're just going to be forced down and a very unpleasant ending, caught in your own trap.
Parrotfish are more active under cover of darkness, so the traps are left out overnight. According to Salilo, the river is also home to other night feeders, like catfish. But he's also warned me about lions. So with nothing biting, I decide to get some sleep. In the morning, we return to check the traps.
You can actually see the tails poking out of the basket.
August is the very end of the parrotfish season, a chance to pick up the last stragglers. So what about the health of the river? Salilo's handmade traps are a good sign. Unlike the nylon nets I saw upstream, these baskets are designed to catch a particular fish at a particular time. What's more, it seems that different families fish different sections of the river, so it's in everyone's interest to look after their patch. Despite our modest haul, Salilo doesn't seem worried.
Is it a lot better when it's the main season?
See, this boat here, it's gonna be full up to this.
Right, that's many pounds of fish, isn't it?
Yes.
Continuing downstream, I keep an eye out for other fishermen.
Hello, how are you? Yeah.
Up ahead, there are some men paying out a net in midstream.
They've just fed it out in a circle. They're going to pull it straight in and see what they get.
I'm pleased to see they're not using mosquito netting.
Yeah, using quite big mesh here, so they're not after tiddlers. We've got two guys pulling in the top rope. These two guys here are pulling in the bottom. So this is a seine net. So the idea is the fish are completely enclosed. So when it closes in, it could get interesting.
The water looks like a pleasant place to be on a hot day, but this fishing is not without its dangers.
There are crocodiles and hippos in this water, so there is an appreciable risk to this kind of fishing where you have to jump in water, not just with the fish predators that they might be after, but much bigger predators and much bigger animals.
But these guys don't seem fazed.
It's getting interesting now. As the net is closing, the fish are panicking and they're hitting the mesh. Ah! As one jumped over, it actually jumped over.
But there are still fish left in the net.
Hey, I've got some good-sized fish in here, some good-sized fish. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, they've got three nice barbel.
This is the same species I saw being caught from the King's Pool.
This is a good sign. This is, these guys are fishing with large weave nets, and they're getting good-sized fish. Not huge numbers of them, but yeah, this is a good sign.
After many days seeing just small fish, it's encouraging to find bigger specimens again. It suggests the damage I saw upstream isn't the whole story. Maybe, after all, there is hope for the river here in Zambia. My next stop downstream is Zimbabwe. Here, the 30-year dictatorship of Robert Mugabe has trashed the economy and spawned a repressive security system. Asking questions can land you in serious trouble, so I need to tread carefully. My first stop is the Zambezi's most iconic landmark. Victoria Falls is the largest curtain of water on Earth. You can hear it long before you see it.
On many of the world's great rivers, you find huge cities on the banks, and the waterways tend to form important transport routes, but not the Zambezi. And there's a very good reason for that. It's not exactly the easiest river to navigate. And because of this, the Zambezi has remained largely wild. But now, right here in the wildest part of this wildest of rivers, things could be about to change.
Below the falls, the Zambezi has carved out the Batoka Gorge, a 75-mile cleft in the rock, flanked on both sides by rugged wilderness. Like America's Grand Canyon, this ancient geological wonder is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, supposedly protected by international agreements. But there are plans to build a huge hydroelectric dam here that will flood the entire valley. The best way to appreciate the wild beauty of this place
Holding on.
is in a raft.
So this is why you don't get any cargo boats or passenger boats going in either direction on this river.
But the whitewater rapids of Batoka Gorge are among the best in the world for adventure tourism.
This is easy now, yeah? Yeah. And after this, just nice and smooth.
Nice and smooth.
By taming this stretch of the river, the new dam is set to destroy the wild heart of the Zambezi.
I find it very hard to imagine this being a lake here. But, you know, the thing about today, the water has just been moving, it's so powerful. Exactly. The idea of this being still water, and not here, but way up.
I feel sad, but also we need electricity.
600 million Africans, twice the population of the US, have no electricity. So people like Tetrix are resigned to the dam being built. Others are not. But opposition to the dam is not welcome here in Zimbabwe.
I'm going to meet somebody from an organisation called International Rivers, but there's been a bit of a problem. It seems that the Zimbabwean government has got wind of me wanting to talk about this proposed dam. We were going to go and meet at the dam site. That would now be too risky, so we've had to go for a plan B.
Questioning government policy has long been dangerous in Zimbabwe. So we're meeting in secret, out in the bush. Rudo Sanyanga believes that people don't understand the full impact of the Batoka Dam.
People are made to believe that this project is really good for them, it's going to benefit them. But the impacts, the hidden costs are not announced to the people. The big questions are not asked, like who is going to benefit.
As well as doubting that electricity will ever get to people like Tetrix, Rudo is concerned that with global warming, the dam won't deliver what was originally promised. Lower water levels, and hence less water running through the dam's turbines, will mean less power is produced.
Batoka would lose up to 22% of its generation capacity due to climate change.
So you've got those turbines there, and if nothing's going through the turbines,
yeah,
no power.
No power.
The authorities say they're listening to people's concerns, but downstream there could be a telling precedent at Zimbabwe's existing mega dam. Kariba was the first big hydro dam built across the Zambezi. Decades later, though, the surrounding villages are still not connected to the electricity grid, and the reservoir's receding water doesn't bode well for the future. I've come here to find out what happens when you transform a wild river into a huge man-made lake. Does it automatically spell disaster for the creatures that live in and along the river? Or could there be some surprise winners?
These are just massive animals, massive.
Hippos use the water to keep cool, but they're fiercely territorial. And if there's one thing that gets them riled, it's a perceived intruder.
There are so many of these things here, and most of the time, you just don't see them. They could be right underneath you. Is this close enough?
Armed with massive tusks, these notoriously aggressive vegetarians kill more people than lions, and maybe even crocodiles.
Oh, this is too close, too close, too close! There's one well-known saying, it's the hippo you can't see. That's the one you've got to be worried about.
Since hippos are grazers that feed on land, they can't tell me much about the underwater ecosystem. I need to find out about the fish.
Morning.
Morning, hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well.
These fishermen are Tonga, a river tribe that was displaced when Lake Kariba was created. They've got a good haul, including tigerfish.
Has this been out all night?
Overnight.
Overnight, yeah? A lot of tigers.
Yeah, it's now season of the tigers.
It's a good season.
Yeah.
Do people check the net?
Yes, sir. National parks.
And if they catch you with a small net, what do they do?
Then give fines.
So you're fined?
Yeah, $100.
$100?
Yeah.
This net is the biggest size I've seen on the river. Upstream, this size.
Small meshes finish the fish.
How do you feel about the regulation net size?
I just need this net because I've got a 3 months child. So in 20 years to come, the fish will be there.
It looks like the strict regulations here are working, and welcome. This is a good catch. But what about the even bigger fish that feed on tigerfish? The presence of top predators is usually a clear sign of a healthy river, and I'm itching to test the waters myself.
Surface. There's the fish.
It looks like a good-sized Vundu catfish.
Under the boat. Come towards me, come towards me. I think that's off.
Right.
Hoping to tempt another one, I throw out more bait. But the Vundu isn't the biggest predator in the water.
I think that splashing around has distracted him. He's coming right towards the boat.
Nile crocs are well-known man-eaters. They can reach lengths of 18 feet, which is longer than my canoe.
The local fishermen tell me that the crocodiles here have learnt to start tipping fishermen out of boats. It's coming closer and closer.
It's time to pull out. But I have my answer. Since fish make up the bulk of a Nile crocodile's diet, their abundance points to a healthy aquatic food chain. But it's frustrating not to have got my hands on any fish. So next day, I hook up with Patrick, a veteran Lake Kariba fisherman. He spent many years going underwater and spearfishing in these waters.
So when you were spearfishing, were there still crocodiles then, or not so many?
Oh, there were not so many.
So that's interesting. So there weren't very many crocodiles, and then suddenly there's lots of crocodiles.
Yes.
But did you have any times where underwater you met something that gave you a bit of a shock?
Yeah, several times. I got some hippo bit me.
Hippo bit you?
Yeah, for sure. I can show you my hand.
Yes, please.
My
Well,
hand here.
oh my goodness.
This is the hippo. You know, there's 2 bones here. This bone was cut off by the hippo. You know those teeth outside the hippo?
Yeah.
I was trying to push him, but that teeth went straight to me.
So the bone was broken, but the nerves as well are damaged?
Yes, are damaged. And after this, I was down again. That was 7.5 meters to 8 meters.
So about 25 feet?
25 feet, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I saw a crocodile coming to me. His mouth was open, you see, and it was coming for my head. So I thought to myself, I will get eaten by this thing. And when I was holding the bottom, there was a rock. Then I left that rock. I put all my arm on his mouth to make him close his mouth.
So without that rock in your hand, the crocodile would have probably taken your arm off, or would have just taken you away.
Yeah, it was going to take me away.
So you've had 2 very lucky escapes.
This is the second one, and then the third one.
Oh yeah, another one. Yeah, right. Okay. Right.
I went down again. I didn't see that crocodile, but the time I was going to come up, I hit on my foot. The crocodile hit me. His mouth was holding the flipper. Yes. So
you're wearing...
I'm wearing the flippers. The crocodile hit the flippers. You see these things here.
Yep.
And you see here also.
So you've had 1 hippo bite you.
Yes.
Hippo, crocodile. So this lake, nothing's happened to this lake?
Not surprisingly, Patrick eventually retired from fishing underwater. He now stays in the boat, advising others, including me, on the best places to cast.
Yeah, is it there?
It's there.
Yes, it's there. So here we go, tigerfish. That looks quite well hooked, so here we go. The thing that you focus on immediately is the teeth. They're very piranha-like. Stripy pattern down the side and very, very bright tail fin, red, edged with black. But you know what this shows, although we've got a huge body of water here, this would suggest that things are actually in a pretty good state here. Okay, off you go.
But what about the middle of the lake? Lake Kariba is only 60 years old, yet I've heard it's teeming with a fish that didn't even exist here before. To see for myself what's going on, I've arranged to go out on one of the many makeshift fishing boats that ply the open water. Then, without warning, my investigation hits a wall.
Rolling.
Right. We thought we were out of trouble. We thought it was just the proposed dam in the gorge that there was a problem about, but it turns out, we've just heard, our filming permission has been withdrawn. We've got to leave here.
For reasons that aren't clear, I've been kicked out of Zimbabwe. Continuing downstream, I've got a chance to reflect on what I've seen so far. In some places, sustainable fishing and sound river management, but also rampant overexploitation. And I'm concerned about the possible impact of huge hydro dams. Senna in Mozambique is right beside the Zambezi. I'm hoping its fish market can tell me what's coming out of the river. For 400 years, Mozambique was a colony of the Portuguese, and the language, which I know from my years in Brazil, is still spoken.
Estou olhando só. Como se chama este?
Este peixe sardinha.
They're all either smoked or salted. Not seeing anything fresh here. Nothing on ice. There's no ice anywhere to be seen.
Most of the fish on offer are sea fish that have been dried and trucked in from the coast. There's precious little from the river, and what there is small.
Poucas vezes. Normal. So I'm just asking if we got any big fish here today. He says no. You know, sometimes there's big fish, but generally, you know, what we're looking at, small fish.
It looks like the river may have run out of fish. Or have I just picked a bad day?
Very interesting market. There's no fresh fish here at all, but the main thing is I'm not noticing any big fish. However, they've given me the name of a fisherman who sometimes catches big fish, so I think that could be my next stop.
I'm concerned that the river here has lost its big predatory fish. But before I write it off, I need to find this mystery fisherman. His name is Benjamin, and I've been told that unlike everyone else, he fishes with lines.
So he used to fish with nets like all the other fishermen. His boat was stolen, so what he does now is fishes with a hook and line from the side of the river, and this is how he's picking up some of the bigger fish.
Benjamin claims that the big fish can still be found, but he has a word of warning. Just weeks ago, a fisherman here was snatched and killed by a crocodile. He says I need to visit the witch doctor for protection before I go anywhere near the riverbank. I'm surprised to find that the witch doctor is a woman.
They've just asked me a question which made me think quite deeply. They said, what is the name of the spirit in your place that helps you to fish? And I'm thinking, well, I sort of do have a voice inside my head when I'm fishing, and they seem to get that. And they said, well, the name of the spirit that helps fishermen is called Hambalumi.
To give me the protection that Benjamin says I need, the witch doctor calls upon Hambalumi. With the spirit now on my side, Benjamin is happy to take me to the riverbank. It's coming up for dusk, prime time for predators.
So the spears for crocodiles, when he came down, the first thing he did was just jab that in the water, just in case something was there, with his nose just under the surface.
Benjamin is philosophical about the danger. He says he already has many grandchildren.
That's the bite alarm on the end. That's a tin with stones in, so if anything's on the line, that will rattle that. All it needs now is just to bait the hooks. There's 3 hooks here. Chuck it out, wait for the rattle. So that's all set up. My turn now to get rigged.
I'm starting to wonder, could the scarcity of river fish in the market simply be down to a fear of crocodiles?
What Benjamin's doing looks a little bit hairy to me. I mean, knowing about the crocs in this water here, you know, I wouldn't want to be actually in the water. Yes! This is big, whatever it is. It's right in the bushes here.
Nume.
Yeah, Nume.
Nume.
And... Oh. Okay. Hey. Ok, aqui tá bom. Tô pensando que Anzo não está na boca. Okay. This is what Benjamin calls a nume, but which I know as a vundu. It's good size, maybe 15 minutes with a bait in the water, and this came along, so I say it's a pretty good sign.
It seems that Benjamin is right. Despite what I saw in the fish market, the river here is still home to big fish. Which means the small fish must be here too. But I'm not yet done with this river. Further downstream, at the river's mouth, I've heard there may be big problems. After carving its way across half the continent, Africa's mighty Zambezi finally approaches the sea. Its huge delta is a crucial wetland refuge for hundreds of species. But from up in the air, it's immediately apparent that something isn't right.
Much of the landscape here is nothing like I expected. Normally with the delta, you've got that classic branching pattern like the branches of a tree. But here, there's none of that at all.
Mark Haldane has been flying here for 30 years and says he's witnessed a dramatic change.
I was expecting to see more watercourses.
It's because there's no flooding anymore. It no longer floods to the extent it used to. It's definitely dried up.
So the floods used to keep the waterways open. Now a lot of them are blocked up.
Absolutely correct.
What's holding back the floods is no secret. The Kariba Dam and Mozambique's huge Cahora Bassa Dam could be game changers. For millennia, natural flooding didn't just keep river channels open, it also deterred people from settling the delta. Now, because of the big dams, inhospitable swamps are becoming potential farmland. Where wildlife roams today, there could soon be fields, villages, and eventually cities. The way things are going, we shouldn't take spectacles like this for granted.
Just an incredible sight, incredible.
For centuries, the Zambezi was protected by its wildness. Today, overfishing and a thirst for hydropower are starting to kill off this mighty river. But there is also hope. For many years, the countries that share the Zambezi have been divided and underdeveloped. Now at peace and increasingly prosperous, they have a clear but brief opportunity to stop its further decline and secure its long-term future. Starting west of the Great Lakes and flowing down to the Gulf of Mexico, the Mississippi splits the US from top to bottom.
Control of the river was crucial to the outcome of the American Civil War, and such is its strategic and economic importance that keeping it safe for shipping is, to this day, the job of the US Army. Beneath the surface, though, on multiple fronts, there are unseen threats to the life of the river. Alien invaders, toxic runoff, destruction of habitat.
And especially vulnerable to all this environmental pressure are three iconic river giants.
Is their retreat an early warning? And is the Mississippi heading for collapse?
I'm starting my investigation in the upper reaches of the Mississippi, where the Illinois state government is waging a multi-million-dollar war against an army of invaders known as Asian carp.
They are now swarming through the Mississippi system. What I want to do is find out what's being done about it. I've come to meet veteran fisherman Captain Ron Brown. He's going to take me into the eye of the storm.
Good to see you, Jeremy.
Yeah, good to go.
Hopefully we see a few today.
Asian carp were first brought to America in the 1970s to help the fish farm industry in the South. The vegetarian carp were intended to be an eco-friendly way of controlling algae in ponds. But the plan backfired when floods allowed the fish to escape into the nearby Mississippi. 50 years later, and 800 miles upriver, the carp are out of control.
They'll jump 10 feet in the air. We had Chinese people here. They say they don't jump in China.
Fish jump in there.
Oh, there you go. There's some over there.
Yeah, loads,
there.
loads,
Over
loads,
there.
loads. So it doesn't take long to find the fish then, does it, here?
Ron and his bounty hunters are paid by the day to take out the carp. And the men are out here all year round.
We try to concentrate on where we can get the most fish.
Is that going all right? Is that
Yeah, you're doing fine. Yep.
The surface is calm, but I'm told that in some spots the carp are so densely packed that the water is like fish soup. Our job is to stir it up.
We scare them out.
Spooked by vibrations, the carp are prone to panicking. If we can get them going, our net should catch them as they try to bolt.
The thing with this pounding like this, you want to pace yourself. You don't want to wear yourself out in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Steady, slow and steady.
When Captain Brown judges the moment is right, we ramp up the assault.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Just trod on a fish.
They're pretty fast.
One more in the boat, others landing in the net, one on my leg.
It's a beautiful day.
You almost don't have to bother with the nets. You just drive around, make a noise, and they just jump in the boat. The deadliest catch, I think it's here.
I'm no fan of dead fish, but I'm aware that these carp are a serious threat to the river's ecosystem. The man in charge of this mass removal operation is state official Kevin Irons.
And here we are battling a Chinese fish, and Asian carp are great invaders.
Along some stretches of the river, Asian carp make up 95% of the biomass.
They filter the water through these gill rakers, and they can filter less than 20 microns, very small.
It's like a particle of dust.
That's it. They suck out a lot of the plankton resources and algae that all the fish need.
So just by breathing, they're feeding and growing.
That's right.
How are these affecting the native species?
Lowered numbers of the things that eat plankton, things like bigmouth buffalo and gizzard shad. So we've seen those numbers sag.
And what about the other species that aren't sort of directly competing with these?
We've seen lower populations of bass and other sport fish.
Does anything feed on these?
They quickly overgrow the mouth size of most of the predators here in the river. Even the largest catfish would have a hard time with this fish here.
In the nightmare scenario, the aliens spread far enough up the Mississippi system to infiltrate the Great Lakes, where a multi-billion-dollar fishing industry is at stake.
We don't want to take a chance, so we have 3 electric barriers run by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have physical fences and several locks and dams between here and the Great Lakes. And all those things are slowing down the spread. We're doing just about everything we can to stop these fish.
The dead carp don't go to waste. In Illinois alone, around 3,000 tons of problem fish have already been turned into high-grade farm fertilizer. And according to Kevin, his men are just about managing to hold the line.
We need to win the war here.
But stopping the carp is an extremely costly business. And elsewhere, physical barriers appear to be having little effect. Above St. Louis, 29 dams turn the upper Mississippi into a giant staircase. To find out if the carp have reached the top, I'm heading north. You might think a big dam would stop the carp in their tracks, but each time a ship travels upstream past one of these barriers, it does so via a lock, which fills with river water. In theory, it only takes 1 or 2 carp to slip into a lock along with a ship, and hey presto, the aliens can start to overrun the next stretch of river.
Today's a very special day for me. I'm going fishing for the smallest thing that I've ever been after. And I actually hope that I don't get it.
I'm in the heart of Minneapolis, wondering if the invading carp have already snuck past the Mississippi's last dam. But it's no use testing the water with my usual hook and line, as the vegetarian carp don't take bait.
I'm not fishing for whole fish, I'm fishing for DNA, which will be packaged up in fish cells floating around in the water, because fish, like us, they tend to lose cells just during the course of everyday life. There's a filter in that nozzle that will catch individual cells.
This is the world's first portable device that can detect and quantify DNA in river water. A positive result would be the worst possible news.
Let's just have a quick peek at what we've caught here. Right, that's the gunk that we've filtered from the river water. Normally, this will be sent off to a lab, and if you're lucky, you get the results back in a week. What's special about this setup is that I can actually analyze this straight away.
While I wait for my samples to process, I hook up with state biologist Nick Frohnauer.
How important is it to the health of the river that you keep out the Asian carp?
It's very important. They have the potential to really affect the whole aquatic community. When you have this big fish that comes in that can eat almost its weight in food a day, that's really taxing on the system as a whole. Secondly, they jump out of the water, so you have the human safety factor. They can cause serious injury.
Nick tells me that if Asian carp overrun this stretch of the Mississippi, they'd also do serious harm to an angling industry worth billions of dollars. I've barely registered this economic threat when my DNA results are in.
Perfect. The samples that you took today are negative. Flat line.
That's good.
It's very good.
So flatlining is good in this case?
Yep, means there's no DNA in that water sample.
So what that shows, basically, is that this is still a good, uninvaded stretch of river.
Yes.
Although welcome, my result is also puzzling. For more than a decade, there have been sporadic reports of Asian carp just downstream from here. And yet, for some reason, the aliens have failed to reach the water above.
The picture with Asian carp seems to be getting more complicated the more I look into it. There is this perception that they are just this marauding army. Wherever they get a toehold, they just explode. But it turns out that there are places where they are present, but they haven't exploded. Why is that?
60 miles downstream, near the Iowa border, the Mississippi widens to nearly 2 miles across. Superficially, this stretch of water is no different from the carp-infested river I saw in Illinois. And yet for 15 years, it has defied alien takeover. Hoping to discover its secret, I'm going fishing with a man who grew up in this neck of the woods.
Let's do it.
John Hoxmeyer is a scientist with a special interest in tracking some of the Mississippi's rarest fish.
Grew up fishing in Minnesota my whole life. It's so neat to be working on the Mississippi River.
That's a big area of water, isn't it?
Absolutely. The fish that we've got tagged out here now, they're moving hundreds of miles. They'll swim from the bottom of the lake up to the top, which is 22 miles in 2 days. And so you don't know where in this circle they're going to be.
While John and I head out to his nearest net, a second team has gone to check 2 other fishing sites.
Is that it over there?
Yes, that's it. Now we'll see what we got. It's 24 foot deep. It's a 6-inch mesh, so you don't get a lot of fish, but what you do get is memorable.
Many native fish are plankton feeders, just like the alien carp. which first showed up here in 2003.
So are the Asian carp having any impact here?
We don't see a lot of Asian carp up here. They would have an impact, but we just don't see the numbers here.
Yeah. But the Asian carp are definitely here, but they're
here.
They haven't exploded as
They haven't exploded like they have further down south. Given the good habitat that we have up here, there's a lot of resistance built into the system. And so there's just not a lot of room for an invasive fish.
So are you saying that the Asian carp need a vulnerability, a gap that they can exploit?
Exactly.
If John is right, the carp are much more likely to take over where the river is already in bad shape.
Oh, there's definitely something here. There's something here.
Feel something?
Yeah, I felt a pull.
Can you see it yet? Just feel it?
There it is.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one.
It's a hefty fish.
You can get its tail.
But not what I was expecting.
Oh, ready?
Here we go.
Down here.
So what we've got here is a lake sturgeon.
That's a beauty.
I'm guessing 50 pounds?
I would say so.
Lake sturgeon can grow to 7 feet in length and top out at over 240 pounds. But these fish take more than 10 years to reach maturity and are slow to reproduce.
Telescopic mouth. And in front of the mouth, you've got these feelers for tasting and its vibration. Whoops.
Whoa.
Ready? There we go. Still got some energy?
Yes, it does. I think it's in good shape. We can put a transmitter in this one.
A transmitter will help John to piece together the sturgeon's movements. Of crucial importance is to identify and protect its breeding sites.
We still have a lot of intact habitat. We have a lot of backwaters, side channels, which gives us a really diverse fish community. We have 87 fish species here.
Installing the transmitter requires some light surgery.
The reason this towel is here, this is a fish that lives quite deep in the water, so coming up into the daylight is a bit of a shock to the system. So this is keeping it nice and dark, and we flipped it on its back. It's a state called tonic immobility. Put them on their back and they sort of go nice and calm. We don't want the fish thrashing around when John's doing surgery. So a bit of iodine going on.
It's like football leather. This tag is going to give out a signal every 2 minutes for the next 10 years. And they can live to be 100 years old. You need these tags that can at least follow a significant part of their lifespan.
So far, what are the results showing you?
These fish need long open stretches of river. One of their big impediments is locks and dams. We want to make sure that any barrier we put in for Asian carp doesn't affect our native fish movement.
We still don't know how far these creatures are moving up and down the Mississippi. But John's tags point to journeys of hundreds of miles.
Right, let's just have a quick look at this out of the water. Strong and healthy. What a great sight.
This hefty 10-year-old sturgeon is a very tangible sign of a healthy river. We've barely released it, though, when the second team arrives back. And it looks like they've got something even more spectacular.
I really can't wait to see this. This is from beyond the time of the dinosaurs. There are fossils 50 million years before dinosaurs even appeared. So this is a very, very special fish.
The American paddlefish gets its name from its bizarre snout. Packed with electroreceptors, this high-tech protrusion enables the fish to detect even a single speck of plankton in murky water.
Oh, it's heavy.
heavy. First time I've ever held one. Even though they've been around such a long time, there's a lot we still don't know about these fish. This tag is going to fill in some of the gaps. With a bit of luck, these will be around for another 400 million years.
This part of the Mississippi has been a real eye-opener. In the same way that a healthy body can fight off infection, it seems that a healthy river can pretty much look after itself. So, a resistant river needs its native fish. But I've seen worrying reports that the Mississippi's backwaters, the very places where lots of its fish like to breed, are turning into death traps. Still in Minnesota, I'm going to get my first glimpse of a growing and occasionally lethal menace.
Those waters are having a problem with massive algae blooms. They can be quite dangerous.
Algae are plant-like organisms that are usually harmless, but which, in excess, can be deadly.
In 2014, Toledo actually had to shut down the water supply to a city of 500,000 people because of an algae bloom that was toxic.
My pilot, Dave Nelson, grew up on the Mississippi. Now retired, he's a man on a mission.
What I'm trying to do is take aerial pictures that would show when the algae blooms are happening and relate that to temperature, rainfall, and other factors that could be causing the algae to be a problem. Sometimes the algae is toxic, but it's very difficult to tell.
Even in tiny amounts, some algal toxins can cause vomiting and diarrhea in humans.
Take a look to the right.
Oh, yes.
My bird's eye view is giving me a real sense of the scale of the problem.
It's just so clear from up here. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing, the extent of the algal blooms, mostly in the back channels, but also in the main river. And this isn't even the high summer when the problem is at its worst.
The backwaters are often just solid green. Looks like you could walk on them.
Flying with a purpose, is that important for you?
It's very important to me because as we mess with our ecology, we mess with our future.
To find out how the blooms are affecting the Mississippi's fish, I need to get into the backwaters.
Morning, Megan.
Jeremy.
We good to go?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll get myself kitted up.
All right.
Biologist Megan Moore has been monitoring the backwaters here for the last 20 years, and she says the algae problem is getting worse. We have to travel by airboat since the submerged propeller of a conventional boat would quickly get fouled in all the floating muck.
Wow.
That's a huge problem in our backyard.
It looks pretty choked in here, but this bright green stuff we're seeing on the surface, that's not the filamentous stuff, is it?
No, that's duckweed. There's a couple species of duckweed, but that's natural, native to the area.
And those are the little leaves that float free. And...
Exactly, yep. Normally we use a rake to pull up the aquatic plants and look what's here.
Okay. I would quite like to get a close look at this.
Jump in.
Oh, that's not too bad. This is interesting. It's not breaking the surface, but as soon as you look down, it is just solid. Ooh, I can hardly lift it.
This type of algae isn't the toxic stuff, but it's just as deadly.
It's green, isn't it? Most people think that green is good, is healthy. So, I mean, what really is wrong with having too much greenery in the water?
Green means it's photosynthesizing, using the light to create oxygen. It's doing that during the daytime, but at night, it can't photosynthesize anymore. That means it's consuming oxygen rather than creating oxygen.
And that's going to be a problem for the fish.
It's a big problem for the fish. Areas like this are really productive nurseries for the small fish. This is where they want to go for protection. It's a safe harbor, but at night, when the oxygen is depleted, that would basically suffocate them.
Put simply, too much algae is sucking the life out of these backwaters. And the nutrients that are fueling this algal growth are anything but natural.
A lot of excess nutrient comes in from agricultural areas. That's where we apply a lot of our nutrient, and they wash this down and comes into the river.
So fertilizers.
Fertilizers.
It's being tipped on the land, and a lot of it is not fertilizing what it's supposed to fertilize, and it comes down here and is fertilizing.
It's really a waste,
Yeah.
honestly.
Just 3 months ago, neighboring Wisconsin suffered its worst algal bloom in over 20 years. And with the nutrient pollution flowing all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, I'm wondering if anyone has a fix. In the heart of America's Corn Belt, I've heard about some farmers who could be sowing the seeds of a revolution. Greg Langer has been farming here for 25 years.
We realize now that there was some mistakes made over the years, and we want to contribute towards the river getting cleaned up. So we're using considerably less fertilizer than we did 10 years ago.
Is that to the same effect, more or less?
We're actually getting better yields than we were getting before.
Smart machinery is now helping farmers to apply nutrients much more precisely, which means they can use less fertilizer to grow more corn. But just as important for the Mississippi is a surprisingly low-tech remedy.
You've got this grass strip. What's that about?
When we get 2, 3, 4, 5-inch rain, this whole area here will be underwater. These are very effective in filtering out excess fertilizer, excess chemicals. So in the past, the way we farmed, that just all washed down into what became a creek that flowed into the Mississippi River.
By planting drainage channels with grass rather than crops, much less of Greg's fertilizer is washing into the river system.
Is this something that's catching on, and does word spread?
It does, yeah. Farmers talk to each other. It's a lot easier to start controlling it here. If every landowner were to do a little bit, great things would happen.
So far on the Mississippi, I've seen a worrying army of alien invaders. But I've also found 2 of the river's native giants. And as I travel south, I'm wondering about a third and equally spectacular fish. Huge and bristling with teeth, the alligator gar is a potentially useful ally in the war against invading carp. Unfortunately, though, these unloved predators have been largely wiped out from their old haunts along the Mississippi. South of St. Louis, I'm heading to one of the last reported refuges of the alligator gar on the Mississippi. I want to see for myself if it's still here.
This is a really significant species. There's nothing else like it anywhere else in the world. But most of the habitat that it used to occupy, backwaters like this, have just gone.
The presence of gar would be encouraging news. But as I'm not aware of anyone here who studies them, I'm on my own. For bait, I'm trying Asian carp. And to boost my chances, I'm putting out 3 lines.
Yeah, it's moving, it's moving, it's moving. Quite close, quite close. Yes! Hold the net in the water, and I'll draw it over the top. We got a gar. Fantastic. Look at that. Alligator gar from the Mississippi. Caught on a piece of Asian carp. What a fantastic sight.
Alligator gar are known to prey on young carp, taking them out before they reach breeding age.
This is something that was contemporary with the dinosaurs, and they're still here. The
fact that I found this in the Mississippi is hugely significant. They may be making a comeback.
I'm pleased to discover that I'm not the only person here who's rooting for alligator gar. A few inquiries lead me to a man called Chris Kennedy, who joined the Missouri Department of Conservation in order to fulfill a childhood dream.
It took me 7 years just to get permission from my agency, so it did not come easy.
Chris has persuaded his department to restock some of Missouri's backwaters with alligator gar.
The unreasonable disdain for the species is really evident. It still is today.
So far, Chris and his team have released over 4,000 of these predators into the Mississippi.
Oh, that's a lively fish, isn't it? So
yes, that's a good thing. Jeremy, this is my favorite part. After so much work, so many written justifications, it's nice to be able to put this fish in the water. This is what it's all about.
I'd say that's a healthy fish.
Very healthy fish. We've got issues in our big river with Asian carp. We need to really see if our alligator gar can begin to resolve some of those issues. And in order to do that, we need that population to build. That means that anglers that do happen to catch alligator gar in Missouri, I would really encourage them to let them go at this stage. This is an awesome privilege to be able to reintroduce a species back to the state of Missouri. It was not here.
Shallow backwaters provide crucial breeding habitat for the gar. So it's good to know that Chris's department is also bringing back some of the Mississippi's ancient swamps. Further south, in Louisiana, I've heard about a very different plan to tackle the Asian invaders. There's actually a guy here who likes his carp big, so I'm bringing him a gift.
I've got a present for you. I've heard you're the man to deal with this.
A chef by training, Philippe Parola moved here 20 years ago from his native France. To beat the carp, he wants to recruit American consumers.
That meat is really nice.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice.
Philippe, however, has identified a problem.
I want you to cut it and see the bone. You have to go hard. Can you feel the bone?
I can hear them.
So you can hear it, the crack in it. That alone is the biggest problem to overcome with this fish. Because here we like the fish without bones.
Is this ready to go?
Yeah.
In time-honored fashion, a product with an image problem has been rebranded. In this case, as silverfin.
This is the fried silverfin. Take a piece. Go ahead.
That's really nice.
Huh?
That's really good.
So imagine that fish with no bones. We wouldn't have no problem.
Yeah. It's sort of hard work. It's a bit like oranges. You know, I love oranges, but it's a lot of work getting at that orange without, you get sprayed in the face, you've got to go and wash your hands. It's a bit like that.
Fortunately, though, Philippe has developed his own secret process to remove the bones.
Here you go, Jeremy, the solution to the Asian carp.
I like that. That's nice. The taste is fantastic. I am impressed by the lack of bones. So yes. You've got, I don't want to ask the secret, but you have successfully cracked that problem.
We won't eradicate the fish for sure, but I think we can control the population. This is the only way we have to be able to save our ecosystem, our fisheries, eat the problem away. It's a win-win situation.
In my investigation so far, I've met plenty of people who care about the Mississippi. But where are all the people who once lived off this river? And what is their absence telling me? South of Baton Rouge, I think I've finally sniffed out the last of a dying breed.
How you doing? I'm very well, thank you. Yeah. Yes, sir. Scorching day again, isn't it? Hello.
Beauboy and his nephew Jay are shrimpers. and proud to call themselves Cajun.
I've been here all my life, living right here, and I get everything I can out this river when I can.
How long has this been out there?
3 days.
Are there many people doing this now?
I would figure there's me, my nephew, one man about a mile further that way. I don't know anybody from here to New Orleans, 50 miles on this side, that would say there's probably 4 of us.
Boboy tells me that not long ago, there were thousands of people catching shrimp up and down the river.
I don't know what happened, but people quit doing it because they wasn't catching as much. Time changed.
I'm just looking at all this industry. When you grew up, was this here?
No, that was one ship a month. I used to cross the river with a canoe, back and forth, catching shrimp on the other side, and didn't have to worry about a boat. If I do it now, I'd get hit. There's so many that pass here.
What about the next generation down? Are they...
No, it's over.
Yeah?
We're the last of it. I would think that we're the last.
I've heard of Louisiana shrimp gumbo, but I'm a little surprised when Boboy invites me to try one right out of the trap.
You can eat them now. Yeah?
They're all good. Peel the head back like this. Delicious.
Sorry, shrimp.
Put in your mouth, squeeze, pull. Sweet, sweet, sweet.
That's nice. It's all right. First one I've eaten like that.
My God, ça c'est bon, yeah.
For a creature this small, these guys have a pretty amazing story to travel so far. The migration is 1,000 miles. These shrimp start out near Ohio and they migrate all the way down to the saltwater estuaries.
But Boboy's shrimp catch is declining, and I wonder if this is linked to the taming of the Mississippi. To make shipping more efficient, large sections of the river have been straightened, which makes the water run faster. If you're a tiny shrimp trying to reach your breeding ground, a stronger current is seriously bad news. Just as worrying, though, is what's actually in the current. For nearly 50 years, America's Clean Water Act has helped protect the Mississippi from industrial pollution. But poke around along the banks and you'll find plenty of domestic waste.
Now, a bottle like this is going to make the place untidy for years, but the real problem comes when plastic has been out in the sun and the weather for a long time. It becomes brittle, and then it breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces, right down to invisibility.
Everyone knows there's a huge problem with plastic in the oceans. But what about rivers? To find out if plastic is harming the Mississippi, I've arranged to go fishing with Professor Mark Benfield of Louisiana State University. For the past 3 years, Mark has been sifting trash from the lower reaches of the river. Our hunting ground today is a few miles downstream of New Orleans.
So we're just going across the river, is that right?
Yeah, at each of our stations we do 4 net tows, and each net tow is 1 transect across the river. So we'll go across from the west bank to the east bank, recover the net, wash it down, and take that sample. We keep an eye on what's coming downstream, what's coming upstream as well. You need eyes in the back of your head.
So there's a very fine net in there. What are we fishing for exactly?
So we're going for small game. We're going for microplastics, anything 5 millimeters or smaller. When we're sampling up in Baton Rouge, we're primarily getting fragments of plastic, residues of food to-go containers and styrofoam cups, things like that. Down here, we see more industrial plastics.
But I guess the water all comes from much further away, so some of what you're catching here has got into the river a long way upstream.
Yeah, absolutely. A cup that gets tossed into the river in Minneapolis almost certainly is down here. I'd love to know the provenance of this plastic. You know, where did this piece come from?
Because there will be a story. Yeah, somebody's sitting down for breakfast and it goes in a can, and that's the last they ever think of it.
Or a guy's trimming his lawn with a weed whacker cord. You know, you start out with a spool of 50 feet of that stuff and it all disappears. But it rains, gets washed off his lawn, into the sewers, and into the Mississippi River. We are looking at the plastic refuse from 100 million people in this drainage basin, passing through here and going into the Gulf of Mexico.
It takes about 3 months for water at the top of the Mississippi to get here. And I'm curious to see exactly what's coming down in the current.
Well, I can see stuff.
Using clean, uncontaminated water, research associate Dr. Matt Kupchik rinses our haul.
What's that?
Yeah, so that looks like it's a piece of monofilament. Really, really thin fishing line is what it looks like.
And then the actual plastic sheet is very obvious, isn't it? Bottled water.
Bottled water, yeah, it's spring water. So this is a brand from Arkansas, and you can see it's fragmenting, it's already getting brittled. Look at this. That's a piece of insulation foam. That foam with adhesive on either side. Now, that's just one piece of it. Here's something blue, little fragment.
This is just the obvious stuff.
Yeah.
Mark tells me that only 1/10 of plastic particles in the river are visible to the naked eye. What I'm seeing is just the tip of the iceberg.
If you multiply the tiny amount of water that we sampled by the volume of this river that's passing by us right now, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of particles every minute that's passing through here. There's an enormous quantity of plastic that's being pushed down the river from all the cities and towns upstream. It's invisible, but this is a river of plastic.
And why is it a problem?
Well, plastic in itself is relatively inert, but the more insidious problem with plastic is that it acts like a sponge. All those organic pollutants from pesticides, from herbicides, from industrial waste, they stick to the plastic. So what we have are millions of tiny sponges, each loaded with organic pollutants.
Mark explains that fish end up eating a lot of the plastic because algae growing on the particles smell and taste just like their natural food.
Right. So it gets into fish, but somebody way up the Mississippi, why should they be concerned?
Well, there's a huge fishery in the Gulf for a species of fish called Gulf menhaden. And what they do is they take the menhaden and they grind them up and they press them into cakes, and they make poultry food, and they make food for pigs and livestock. And so those chemicals are making a round trip. They go into the Gulf of Mexico, into the menhaden, get processed, and then they get sent back into the heart of America to feed our pigs and our chickens,
which we feed on. And some of those chemicals you mentioned that sort of hitch a ride. I mean, they're known carcinogens.
Yeah.
So what the plastic is doing, it's actually concentrating all the bad stuff that's in the water and then delivering it back to us.
Yes, exactly. Nobody sees this. They look out and they see the river and they see water, but they don't see the cargo, the billions of particles that are flowing through here into the Gulf of Mexico. This is a real problem.
What can be done about this?
Well, we've got to stop the plastic getting into the river. Once it's in the river, it's too late. And I think that really needs a change in human behavior. We don't need to drink out of soda straws. They're a huge source of plastic waste. When you go to the grocery store, take a reusable shopping bag, get a stainless steel water bottle. Those are 3 things that are really easy.
One thing I've noticed heading downstream is the huge and growing volume of commercial traffic. Every year, around $100 billion worth of goods flows up and down the Mississippi. And to keep this highway fit for purpose, the river has been massively re-engineered. What's good for ships, though, can often be bad for the life of a river. And down in the delta, that could mean human life. 12 years ago, Hurricane Katrina ripped into New Orleans, destroying homes and leaving well over 1,000 people dead. Hurricanes can't be stopped, but experts believe that man-made changes to the Mississippi Delta are leaving people more exposed than ever.
Morning.
Rosina Philippe belongs to the Atakapa Ishak, a tribe that's lived in this area for centuries.
How bad were you hit by Katrina here?
Katrina devastated this community. Resources were very limited. It took a long time to rebuild. We had to actually fight to reclaim our lives here.
Rosina says that the Mississippi always used to bring enough silt to maintain the land, which in turn supported swamps and forests. But then came the Great Mississippi Flood of 1927, which left more than 700,000 people homeless. To prevent a repeat, the federal government decided to contain the unruly river within a series of earth banks or levees.
When they levied the river, then that sediment that used to come in, with the flood waters, it's been channeled to go somewhere else. Ever since the delta has begun to die.
But starving the delta of silt was just the start. When oil and gas were discovered here, engineers began cutting thousands of canals through the swamps for pipelines and ships. The results have been devastating.
A lot of the canals that were cut allowed salt water to intrude into these freshwater areas. Salt water killed the roots and the trees died. What you see are the bones of the forest, these skeletal remains of these huge oaks that used to be in this area. Now that root system that would hold the land in place is no longer there.
With no roots to hold it together, a football field of land is being lost every 2 hours. In the last 80 years, some 2,000 square miles have gone. And with the land goes a vital defense against hurricanes.
When storms come in, this is the first line of impact.
So next time there's a big storm, instead of absorbing the force of that storm, it's just straight there, it hits the levee.
Absolutely.
The levee's more likely to fail. This could impact people in New Orleans and further on upriver.
The levees are okay, but there's nothing that man can build that can guarantee will be safe from the forces of nature.
Can anything be done about it?
Absolutely. A lot of these old canals, they need to be filled in because they continue to be avenues, for salt water to intrude. It's important to maintain what's here and to replace what can be replaced.
Like so much else that I've seen on my journey, the story of the Delta is a tale of unforeseen consequences. Here on the Mississippi, I've seen how even good intentions can end up damaging a river's health.
The river is a much more complex thing than we used to imagine. It's actually a living system. Now, we're starting to see the causes of the things that are going wrong and starting in some cases to address those causes.
But the signs are this may not be enough. If you take a river's health for granted, it dies. And to prevent that happening to this vitally important river, I think it urgently needs a more concerted and joined-up approach.
This river, the Mississippi, has given so much to the nation of America. Surely it's the least that it deserves in return.
It's the mother of all rivers. Over 4,000 miles long, the Amazon discharges more water than the next 9 biggest rivers combined. And that's just the start. In its entirety, the Amazon basin contains 1/5 of the world's fresh water, and its rainforests produce 1/4 of all the oxygen in our atmosphere. It's said that if the Amazon dies, we all die with it. Scare story or not, if there's one river that needs a thorough health check, then this is surely it. I'm hearing reports of big fish disappearing and people getting sick in the Amazon's upper reaches in Peru, where the mighty river begins.
This is the city of Iquitos, and this is the biggest, the busiest, and the noisiest place on the Peruvian Amazon.
It's a city of 500,000 people carved out of the rainforest and virtually cut off from the outside world.
And the reason the city's here is because of the river. It's near one of the major confluences on the Amazon system. So it's a real crossroads for everything going up and down the river.
Iquitos is a major hub for trade and transport and the ideal place to kick off my investigation.
Lots of people means a very good place to start gathering information.
As a fisherman, I judge a river by its fish. Sizes and species tell me a lot about the condition of any waterway.
¿Cómo se llama este?
Here in the Peruvian Amazon, there are many hundreds of fish species. I know some of the names in Portuguese, but not many in Spanish, which is what's spoken here.
Maparate, chiripira, palometa, sí. Gambina. I mean, this is just a few square feet, and just the variety of fish here. Variety is incredible, but I'm wondering if there's anything more sizable.
I'm mainly interested in apex predators because their presence is a good sign of a healthy river.
There's one particular fish that I was rather hoping to see, and so far, just no joy. Estoy procurando dorado. ¿Hay dorado aquí?
The dorado, or gilded catfish, is one of the Amazon's big predators. I've never caught one, but I've heard that the biggest ones are supposed to be here, on the upper river.
Señor, buenos días. ¿Tiene dorado?
No, I got it.
No, okay. Gracias. Estoy procurando dorado.
Llegan pequeñas, no llegan esas grandotas que llegaban antes de dorado.
Y los pescadores.
Los pescadores todo el tiempo se van a buscar, ¿no? Pero a veces en medio de las 11 también viene dorado. Se disminuye, ya disminuye.
Okay. As you're saying, dorado used to be really abundant. The numbers are going down, the sizes, they're smaller now than they used to be, and the fishermen are having to work a lot harder to find them.
And it seems I'm not the only one interested in dorado.
Siempre vienen por acá los biólogos.
Biólogos de Iquitos.
Apparently some biologists come to weigh and measure any dorado that end up here. And one of these scientists is based nearby.
This woman has just said that if it's dorado that I'm interested in, there's a man I should go and see.
Any inside knowledge on an apex predator like the dorado could aid my investigation of the river.
Okay.
So this is a man I need to meet. Fabrice Duponchel is a fish ecologist from France.
So is this some sort of ongoing...
And he's part of a team studying dorado in the Amazon.
These fish are the top predators of the Amazon. So they have a very important ecological role. And we know very little about these fish so far.
But Fabrice and his colleagues have made a breakthrough by examining a minute part of the dorado's anatomy, the ear bone. fish don't have ears. They don't have these, do they? But it's the inner ear, the part they use for balance, and that's where these come from. Is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's really for maintaining balance in 3 dimensions.
These tiny ear bones, or otoliths, are cut through and their growth rings analysed to reveal the secrets of where the fish spent its life.
These otoliths are like the black box of a plane. They store everything during the life of the fish. Knowing the chemistry of the different rivers, we can trace that back within the otoliths and deduce their migrations.
And so you can tell that when it put down this growth ring, it was in this place. When it put down that growth ring, it was in another region.
Exactly.
That's amazing. And the Dorado's migration, revealed by this new science, is unlike that of any other Amazon fish.
The adults breed only within the headwaters of Bolivia.
Spawned in the headwaters, baby Dorado are swept down the Amazon's tributaries into the main river and all the way to the river mouth. Here they grow into young adults, and after a few years they begin the epic journey all the way back upstream to breed. So some of these fish, they are migrating all the way across the South American continent at its widest part, I mean almost all the way, but they're doing that twice. I mean, it's a tremendous distance.
Downstream and back would be approximately 12,000 kilometers round trip.
So in miles, 7,500 miles.
I'll take your word for that.
This makes the Dorado's migration the longest of any freshwater fish in the world. This is a fish that runs the gauntlet of the entire length of the Amazon. It doesn't just do it once, it does it twice. And based on that, I think the Dorado could be absolutely key in helping me to gauge the overall health of the entire Amazon system. Unfortunately, research also shows that the number of adult Dorado reaching the upper Amazon has declined drastically. To find out why, I want to get my hands on one. So I meet up with one of Fabrice's fisherman contacts. Marlo has been fishing out of Iquitos for 20 years.
Esta es la primera línea que vamos a revisar. Esto es la soguilla que hemos templado, que tiene 70 metros aproximadamente al...
Sí. He sets lines overnight for Dorado and other big fish and checks them each morning. We're actually not pulling it in, we're working along the line. There's a big lump of concrete and then a big single hook on the end. ¿Qué está pensando? Nada de...
Nada, no lo siento, ahí se va yendo despacio. Y cuando está más cerca ya te jala más seguido, más fuerte.
Sí. So this bait has been out in the water for about 12 hours and nothing has taken. And this is like a prime spot. So there's nothing on this one either. We leave the lines out until evening, but still no Dorado. In fact, no fish at all. So we hang up our hooks for the day.
Debería pesar unos 90 kilos.
Sí. Right, let's get this straight. I mean, we were doing that thing the fishermen do. We're talking about interesting catches and big fish.
Lo puedo describir ahí el normal.
It turns out that Marlo is not just catching fewer fish. Recently, upstream from here, he landed a strange, stunted giant.
Pesa no será grande, sí.
So he's caught one that was over 9 foot long. Now that should have weighed at least 200 pounds, and he said it weighed probably about a third of that, sort of 65 pounds, something like that. He said it had a normal-sized head and a very thin body, so this is a really weird-looking fish. And its problems went deep. When he cut it open, the story got even more bizarre, because when he looked at the liver was black. What's going on that's doing this to fish? The weather is a little uncertain.
The storm is coming faster right now.
So we have to go round.
The pilot says he can't guarantee that he can get me where I want to go, but we're going to have a try. I'm
heading upriver. Marlowe caught his stunted monster on the Marañón, an Amazon tributary west of here, where the forecast is for storms.
The thing about bad weather like we have now is you have to fly around it, if that's possible. And here in the Amazon, the most common cause of air accidents is not being able to land and running out of fuel.
With plenty of water around, this float plane should be able to put down. But it sounds like there's no guarantee of a smooth landing further upriver.
There might be obstacles, particularly in the water, so we're going to set down here and I'll probably have to continue by boat.
This region is sparsely populated, with only a few isolated communities living off the river. But the boatman says he knows the area where Marlowe caught his freak fish, and he'll drop me at the nearest habitation. This is Santa Rosa, a community of the Kukama tribe. But the place looks like it's under siege. And the elders are itching to show me something.
There's constant sound of chainsaws going.
I'm being hurried along, and they want us to keep the camera rolling. And I soon understand why.
Yeah, I'm smelling already, yeah.
They're trying to contain an oil spill.
Del oleoducto norperuano que está peligrando a una rotura que disparo del petróleo crudo.
Right, so where it happened is just a little way in that direction. What they've managed to do at the moment, they've got some barrages down, they're containing it, they're stopping the spread of this oil here further down that way. They've already got a certain amount out. The thing is, the pipe's under the water. You know, how do you deal with a pipe under the water?
Thousands of gallons of oil have leaked from an underwater pipeline.
Una pregunta sobre los pescados.
Esas peces ya volvían de su humor, se están largando, ya se han muerto.
They said lots of fish died, and I mean, with oil in the water, it forms this layer on the surface, and that stops the oxygen getting into the water. So the fish then use up the dissolved oxygen that's there, and then they suffocate eventually.
Even when dispersed, the oil's toxic chemicals can get into fish through their gills or guts.
So this is what crude oil looks like. I know this is the stuff we all depend on, but you shouldn't ever find this stuff in a river.
The outlandish fish that Marlowe described had a big head and a skinny body. The sad signs of a giant fish wasting away due to toxins in the water. And its black liver suggests that oil was to blame. But that wouldn't have been the result of this very recent spill. So what's going on?
¿Qué fue que pasó exactamente?
Los peces se encuentran la mitad enfermos. Está podrido, negro.
It turns out that this has happened before.
Están con metales pesados, están con todo tipo de enfermedades.
This jungle wilderness conceals a sizable oil field and a network of over 500 miles of aging pipeline, which locals blame for up to a dozen spills every year. And these are having a devastating impact on the river here and on the communities that depend on it for their survival.
There's clearly lots of very angry people here. They can't eat the fish, they can't even sell the fish. Now they've got to travel and they've got to buy fish from elsewhere. And on top of that, they say lots of health problems. We're talking cancers, we're talking paralysis, miscarriages, and general cases of untimely human death.
My detour up into Kukama territory has revealed the likely cause of Marlowe's freakish fish, which must have been an oil-contaminated piraiba. But what effect is oil pollution having downstream? And is it to blame for the drastic decline of Dorado around Iquitos?
Can you see the line in the tree?
Got it, yep.
To find out, I've caught up with one of Marlowe's friends.
So how many hooks this one? 12?
12.
Sur is considered a Dorado specialist, and he has agreed to help me catch one of these now elusive fish.
Bit of a tree.
I'm still hopeful that the river here is healthy enough to support big fish like Dorado.
Sur was just telling me the first night he was fishing 25 hooks, then 18. This time round we got 17 hooks. So far, nothing showing. That's the equivalent of me fishing 60 nights with one line.
And this fish used to be common here.
Yeah, we've still got the bait. Ah, I feel weight, but not pulling. It's not too heavy. It might just be the bait.
Just be careful.
There's something here. Yeah.
Something here. Be careful. Dorado.
Oh, I've got it.
For the first time ever, I've landed a Dorado catfish, which here means the golden one.
So this is my first close-up look at a live Dorado. The reason they call it Dorado is, well, it's fairly obvious. It's quite golden coloured. This fish is still quite lively, so it's got a lot of strength.
Better still, it looks healthy. No wasting away or other signs of oil contamination.
These are incredibly well-travelled fish. So for me, it's actually very special to see one of these.
When it was very small, this fish would have travelled all the way down to the mouth of the Amazon. And now it's on its way back to the headwaters to spawn and complete its marathon migration.
It beats anything done by wildebeest, any land-living animals. These fish, large numbers of them, or historically large numbers of them, swimming up and down the length of the Amazon River.
This Dorado is my first sign that there's hope for this section of the river. But sadly for this fish, it's the end of the line.
Well, if I caught this on a rod, I'd be putting this back to continue its journey, but Sur is a commercial fisherman. He's been fishing 3 days for this one fish, so the reality is, this is as far as it gets. People have to eat.
I'm not seeing evidence of oil here, so the problem seems to be contained. And I don't think oil can be the only reason Dorado aren't making it upstream. I'm wondering what else is to blame. So I'm continuing downstream into Brazil. The city of Manaus is the main hub on the central Amazon. And with a population of over 2 million, it has the largest fish trade on the entire river. I head for the central fish market to find out what information I can on Dorado. But I quickly find myself sidetracked. In my line of work, it's impossible to stay undercover, but being recognized can open up new leads.
Interesting, he was pointing at the guts and stuff there. He said, this is a peixe boi. Peixe boi is a manatee. It's completely illegal. And he's going, this is manatee, this is manatee.
The Amazonian manatee, or sea cow, is the only purely freshwater manatee in the world, and it's protected.
Probably of all the species in the Amazon, if you want an indicator of the health of the river, a manatee would be it. I've never seen one in the wild, but they're still around. And it's one animal I'd still like to see very much.
It turns out that I've got a chance of doing just that here in Manaus. The city is home to Brazil's only manatee rescue center, which has been running for 10 years. Its manager is Diogo.
So how many animals do you have?
So now we have 52 animals here.
The Amazonian manatee is the smallest species of sea cow. But as I quickly find out, it's no minnow.
What is the maximum size for a manatee?
The maximum it's almost 3 meters.
Right.
More than 400 kilograms.
That's about 10 feet long.
Yes.
About 900 pounds, which would make it, you know, fish, reptiles, everything under the water in the Amazon. This is the biggest animal in the water.
Yes, this is the biggest animal in the Amazon.
But the manatee's size has not protected it against its main predator, man. Brazil has a long history of manatee hunting. Its meat has always been considered a delicacy. Its skin has been used for clothing, and its fat reduced to make flammable oil.
Do people still hunt?
Yes, you can find the meat of manatee in many markets of the region, so it's very common.
Females with young are particularly vulnerable to hunting, and this leaves many orphans.
Normally, if the mother has been killed and you have a small baby manatee, any chance that will survive? Is that okay?
No chance, because the babies stay with the mother about 2 years.
So they're feeding on milk?
Feeding milk. So if you don't have the mother, the animal will die.
This is where the centre steps in, rescuing the orphaned manatees and rearing them by hand.
Making very short work of this milk. I'm suckling a baby here that's got a hairy chin and a big bristly moustache, which is quite a strange sensation.
At the age of 2, the young manatees are weaned off milk and onto a solid vegetable diet. Then, after another 5 or 6 years of care, the young adults are ready to start their journey back into the wild. Today is Independence Day for 2 of the centre's manatees. They're being transferred to a reserve outside Manaus.
We've now got about an hour and a half drive before they get back in water, so just making sure they have as smooth a journey as possible.
The ultimate goal for the freed manatees is the mighty Amazon. But today's destination is a man-made lake near the river. Here, the released manatees will spend time acclimatizing and learning to feed themselves before being released back fully into the wild.
They did warn me. They said, take anything out of your pockets that might get damp. And I was exactly in the wrong position.
But for the manatees, this is a huge step in the right direction.
It's got to be quite scary, but also very exciting. They realise now they can swim in a straight line and they don't hit into a wall. They can just keep going.
Despite the hunting threats they still face, it's good to see the largest of all the Amazon's inhabitants on their way back to the great river where they belong.
We can leave.
Yes,
we're sort of satisfied that they're doing well.
Yes.
Next morning, I'm back in Manaus and hoping to pick up the trail of the Dorado.
Could be done here a little bit late, but nothing like as busy as I was expecting.
The jetty where catches are offloaded is winding down for the day. But I take the chance to talk to some fishermen and dust off my Portuguese. There's little new information on Dorado. But I finally find a boat with fish on board. It's not the fish I've been focusing on, but it's a very interesting catch. Arapaima.
This is a fish that is, throughout the Amazon, is in serious decline. But he's told me they come from a place some way from here. So this fish, which is elsewhere very scarce, is still producing.
I'm never happy to see dead fish, but this catch could be a good sign that Arapaima,
look at this!
The iconic fish of the Amazon floodplains and once a major food fish in Brazil, might be making a comeback.
Bom dia, estamos viajando para no Purus? Muito bom, okay.
The Arapaima is another key apex predator, a barometer of the river's health. So finding them in numbers here in Brazil could be as big a story as finding so few Dorado up in Peru. have the name of the man the Arapaima in Manaus came from.
Bom dia. Cadê a casa do padre? It's Orlando.
Padre was born here in this riverside community, where the way people fish has changed dramatically.
Eu era dos predadores, pescadores chamam predadores, porque eu fazia tudo que era errado.
This is a fascinating story. So Padre started fishing when he was a boy, about 12 years old. He used to be a professional fisherman, and back then that meant fishing illegally. It meant sneaking into other people's lakes. I mean, this is what everybody did. It was a free-for-all.
Em 2008, lago que tinha 3 pirarucu.
But when he saw that overfishing was threatening the Arapaima, and with it the local economy, Padre proposed a protective reserve run by and for the local community. To start with, he met with intense resistance. I mean, so much so that he was even getting death threats. And the reason was, when people heard the word reserve, to them this meant you know, exclusion. You can't even fish at all. Life is going to get even worse. But he managed to persuade a small group of people, very strong-willed people, and he managed to get things moving. The reserve that Padre helped to set up covers 2 million acres of lakes, floodplain and forest, larger than the state of Delaware. Here, the free-for-all fishing culture of the past is being replaced by quotas and restrictions to help bring back the big fish and manage them sustainably.
Quantas pessoas aqui?
Aqui fica até...
But getting fish numbers back up is only half the battle. In this remote territory, there's little law enforcement, so it's down to the locals themselves to police the reserve and protect their valuable fish from poachers.
Just looking at this, I mean, it's very well kitted out. They've got radios for communication, they've got fast boats, so they've got speed if they need it. And just noticed there's some guns in the corner there, so they are, you know, they're tooled up in case things get serious.
The 2-month Arapaima season is coming to an end. But today, Padre has promised to show me this great fish, one I've sometimes spent weeks trying to catch, being caught by the boatload. But first, we have to make our way to a remote corner of the reserve.
That's the depth. Without the dam back there, this would be about a foot shallower. That would make this completely impassable.
For 3 hours, we struggle upstream.
We're here. It's opening out. This is the lake.
Padre's fishermen are already assembled. Now to find some big fish. Even in shallow water, Arapaima can be hard to locate, but as air breathers, they have a fatal flaw.
The thing about Arapaima, unlike other fish, is they have to come up to the surface, so they give themselves away. So the technique is they put the net out in a big circle, and then they wait. Here we go, look. We got a fish on.
A sizable Arapaima is not a fish to mess with.
You don't want one of these fish thrashing around inside a small canoe like this. It could do a lot of damage. This was a good-sized fish.
And the catches keep coming. For a catch and release fisherman like me, this is hard to watch. But the amount of fish here is a very positive sign.
I actually lost count of the number of fish I've seen, but that's several good-sized fish from an area that just 10 years ago or so had nothing at all. That's got to be a good result.
Padre estimates there are now several thousand healthy Arapaima in their waters. The annual catch is limited, meaning stocks don't get wiped out. and profits from the sale of the fish are put directly back into the reserve.
I think by any calculation, this has to be counted as a success. There's a hold full of big arapaima here. You've got a fishing community back on its feet after years of decline. So I think it's a very simple moral. If you look after the river will look after you.
Across most of the vastness of the Amazon, arapaima are now extinct or severely overfished. But here and in other similar reserves, numbers are back to what they were in the past. And a river healthy enough to support the apex species also supports everything else, and the river comes back to life.
Oh, there's another dolphin there, but this is a good sign.
The localized revival of arapaima is very good news. But what about the migratory dorado, the fish that travels up and down the entire length of the Amazon? I think it can provide much better clues to the health of the whole river. Dorado were hard to find on the upper Amazon, but some dorado run up the Amazon's side branches to other spawning grounds. I'm wondering if the situation on the Madeira River is any better for migrating dorado. So I'm tracking down some Madeira fishermen.
Essa malhadeira para que peixe?
Para dourado.
Dourado?
Pegar 6, 7 peixes por dia. É difícil, eles passam 3, 4 dias sem pegar nenhum.
I was asking Ivanio how the fishing is here. He's saying that things have really changed. There's fewer fish. They used to catch good-sized dorado. They would catch sort of 6, 7, 8 a day. Now you're struggling to get 5 in a week. So he says that that life has changed dramatically.
The decline in dorado numbers is similar to the upper Amazon. And Evandro has been saddened by another development, which he links to the recent construction of a dam further up the Madeira.
Another thing he's just told me is that nowadays, and this didn't happen before the dam was there, in the period of low water, they get large fish floating past dead. And when they look at those fish are, maybe they have their head battered, maybe they have the spine broken. And he says, they've seen lots of cases of this.
I need to find out what's going on. So I'm going further up the Madeira River. Santo Antonio was the first dam constructed across the Madeira. And I'm told significant time and money has been spent building a route around it for migratory fish.
This is a fish corridor, and it's been constructed to mimic the rapids that were here before, and the fish used to swim up those rapids. So the theory is they come all the way up here, and if they continue round the corner, this actually delivers them, in theory, into the water above the dam.
But a narrow, shallow channel like this could be difficult for dorado to find and navigate.
You've got these small scaly fish in the slack there behind the boulders.
But so far, nothing of dorado size. Then I spot something.
Yes, there it is, tail sticking out.
Finally, dorado. And not just one.
There's 2 dorado down here, which is fantastic to see. I just saw this lighter shape appearing just momentarily above the surface. And there's another one holding position behind the boulders. But I reckon at this point, they're about halfway, so they've still got a bit of a way to go.
This is encouraging, but I want to make sure that the dorado are actually getting to the water above the dam. I need to find some fishermen upstream. The dam created a 100-square-mile reservoir and flooded a section of Whitewater River that used to be a famous fishing spot for dorado. The fishermen tell me it's not the only big change here.
Onde o peixe conseguia passar. Ele passava desse lado aqui, mas era mais difícil.
The rapids used to be over there. They're now underwater. Their village also, used to be by the side. That's now gone. And they were telling me they used to catch Dorado to about 130 pounds. Now there's virtually nothing. So just total transformation. I saw Dorado in the dam corridor, but the fishermen say few are making it the 5 miles up the reservoir to here. Since migratory fish instinctively swim against the current, I think the still water of the reservoir might be the problem. With no current to swim against, could the fish be losing their sense of direction and failing to find their way upstream? In fact, the accounts of damaged fish downstream suggest that some might be heading back the way they came and getting caught up in the dam turbines. There's one way for me to test my still water theory. I've heard that a second dam at the top of the reservoir uses a different system to aid migrating fish. And I think this could help me work out if any Dorado are making it up through the reservoir and further upstream.
Está fazendo agora?
Isso. Agora a gente vai fazer processo de despesca.
No corridor has been constructed here. Instead, a more selective method has been devised to move fish around the dam, and this will allow me to get a good look at what's here.
This is a new way of catching fish.
The migrating fish are lifted out of the river and up to a monitoring station.
Todos os peixes vão para cá, ou?
Alguns peixes têm movimento padrão, local e total.
So, a small proportion they're just measuring and weighing. The rest they just count, but they all end up in this tank here.
Any species that are not native to the river upstream are kept below the dam. The others continue their mystery detour.
So the fish are now coming down this pipe here, along with water, and the next stage of the journey, we're going to be moving them by truck.
This fish freighting service continues around the clock and throughout the year, shifting hundreds of thousands of fish.
There we go. First time I've seen fish going down a flume, going down a water chute. Some very confused fish here, but they're now above the dam. They can continue their migration.
It's good to see these fish getting upstream. But they're all small, and none of them are Dorado. Despite impressive efforts, I think the two Madeira dams and the still water of the reservoir between them remain serious obstacles for any big migratory fish. And this is just one of hundreds of dam projects planned or being built on the Amazon system. Collectively, I fear they are seriously reducing the number of Dorado making it upstream to their spawning grounds to breed. I'm back on the main Amazon and heading down into the lower reaches, where it's joined by the Tapajós tributary. This part of Brazil is gold country. So I want to find out if there's a link between the rise in gold mining and the decline of the golden Dorado. Gold is what first lured outsiders to the Amazon, and there's been mining here ever since. It's an industry that's often blamed for polluting the region's rivers, so I want to see it in action for myself. The gold mining industry is usually a closed world to outsiders, but I've managed to obtain access to a small-scale backwater operation.
Eu estive em 79, na época eu estava em Peixoto de Azevedo, essas coisas. Ali a gente via 4, 5 mortos todo dia.
This mine is owned and run by Joia. He's been in the business for 40 years and has seen a lot of changes. Gold mining is always something that, for outsiders, it's always, there's stories of violence and drunkenness, and he's saying that, yeah, it used to be like that. He said when he started, it wasn't unusual to see sort of 4 or 5 bodies on the street in the morning, but it's not like that at all nowadays. It's completely changed. Joia also claims the industry now has much less impact on the river system, and he agrees to show me the process to prove it. Like most mines, this one is sited on a riverbank, close to the huge quantities of water required for gold extraction.
What they're doing here is aiming very powerful high-pressure water jets at the soil. The sediment then runs down these channels into the well there, and it's taken away. Another pump there, and up there is where they extract the gold.
Hundreds of tons of earth a day are broken down and processed to find just a few ounces of gold.
What's happening here is that the water with the sediment comes up this pipe, and then it runs down this slope here, and fixed to the slope is carpet, and that is where the gold particles settle. So from time to time they shut everything down and they wash the carpet to get hold of the gold.
It's a dirty business, but so far I'm seeing no obvious dangers to the rivers. But then I notice one of the miners pouring something from a bottle.
He's pouring mercury onto the platform now. This is for collecting all the tiny gold particles together.
Mercury is highly toxic. If it gets into rivers, it can poison fish, particularly apex predators like Dorado.
He's pouring it into his hand and onto the platform.
Mercury enters the aquatic food chain at the bottom and is ingested by everything from small fish up to apex predators, which are then toxic to anyone who eats them. The mercury's function here is to pull together the particles of gold into an amalgam.
This here is gold. Gold mixed with mercury.
How the two elements are then separated is key. I'm pleased to see that this is now carried out in a closed extractor.
In the old days, the mercury just used to go into the air, and it used to get absorbed by water in the atmosphere, used to end up in the rivers. What happens now, the mercury vapor goes through a little tube and ends up in the little cup there on that side. That can be used again.
With the mercury safely recycled, the gold is revealed.
This is what it's all about. Half a dozen men working 3 days, shifting over 1,000 tons of earth.
Today, it's a meagre return of 1 3/4 ounces, which won't even cover the miner's expenses. But it's the cost of this process to the rivers that most concerns me.
The gold mining industry is much cleaner than it used to be, particularly this business of mercury. But nevertheless, looking around, particularly in all the runoff, that has to be having a serious impact still on the river and everything that lives in it.
Catfish, like the Dorado, are at home in cloudy water. But maybe there's so much sediment in the water here that it's too much for even the Dorado to cope with. This could be another reason why so few adult Dorado are making it upstream. But I think there could be a more fundamental problem to check out on the final reaches of the river.
I've barely moved, and here we are, there's Dorado here.
The city of Belém has a sizable fishing industry.
Just seen some more Dorado just being loaded into a bag and weighed.
And young Dorado appear to make up a significant part of the catch.
There's lots here, and some bigger ones. Sort of 7-9 pound fish, something like that.
It's clear that some baby Dorado must still be hatching in the spawning grounds and completing the downstream journey to the river mouth. And here they're growing to sellable size.
They're clearly a very popular fish. Every place I come across them, they seem to be selling out very quickly.
But I think this popularity is the start of the Dorado's problems, because it has led to overfishing.
They shouldn't really be catching this size, but the fact is, everybody's doing it, and there's no inspection, there's no enforcement.
Too many young Dorado are being caught here at the mouth of the river before they can mature and attempt their adult migration back upstream. This is more bad news for the Dorado and a sad sign of the state of the Amazon.
Clearly, the fish that I'm seeing here are not going to be making it back upriver to help produce the next generation.
From Belém, it's still 60 miles to the sea. At its widest point, the mouth of the Amazon is over 200 miles across and contains an island the size of Switzerland. Here, 2,200 miles downstream from my starting point, my Amazon investigation reaches its conclusion.
For me, this journey I've made down the Amazon is really the tale of two fish with very different stories.
The Dorado catfish faces multiple man-made problems and has suffered a serious decline. But the return of the arapaima seems almost miraculous.
A few very brave and imaginative people are showing us if you look after the river, yes, there is a cost, but the river will repay that cost, and it will repay it with interest.
Judged by the fate of two of its iconic fish, the Amazon's report card is mixed. This mighty river is facing unprecedented threats, but I've seen it has the powers of recovery and, importantly, the people to help it pull through. And this matters because an Amazon in peril leaves us all exposed. But a thriving Amazon holds out hope for the future.